a danger to the public.
Planted in your skull.
It's a danger to the public.
Take out a chunk of skull, put the neuralitic device into the brain, and then stitch it up, and you wouldn't even know that somebody has it.
It's a danger to the public.
It's definitely going to be outside of human control.
What happens when something vastly smarter than the smartest person comes along? It's very difficult to predict what happened.
Will be used as a weapon.
Time for the people to take back this remembrance. We are the majority. The Constitution is people by the people to stand up.
Election time is here, Maine, and you have a choice on the Democrat side between a socialist and a communist. Gee, which one will you choose? And on the Republican side, let's face it, you have washed up, has-been Susan Collins. But what you don't know, you have another choice. And I am that choice. And I have been that choice since announcing last January. People ask, where have you gone? Are you still running for Senate? The answer is this: yes, I am. But in doing so, I had to spend more time getting attacked by the establishment and attacked by the people who said they wanted change, but all they did was condemn, criticize, and judge versus help and get involved. We lost our house, I lost my job, changes had to be made. I still have that house, but we can't afford to live there anymore. The price you pay for doing the right thing. You can't see anything about the campaign on social media. Social media, including X, is a joke. It's not a home for free speech. It's a home for suppression and suspension. As soon as we launched our Senate channel, it was deleted within 12 hours because the establishment fears the voice of truth. If you want to know what I'm doing and the things I have to say, go to VOPUSARadio.com and check out the Dan for Senate channel, and you can see all the videos as to where it began and how we got here. I told you over a year ago what it's going to be, and congratulations. While you were all trying to decide if I was a, quote, real Mainer, the establishment wins again. Your Marxist, communist, socialist piece of crap governor, she's a shoo-in for the Democrat candidate, and Rhino establishment hack is going to be your candidate on the Republican side. You want change? Write in change. Write in Dan Sperglio. If called to serve, I will serve. But I am done sacrificing for people who don't want it. I'm done trying to prove myself to you. What I said over a year ago has come true. So now, your choices are slim. Your state can no longer afford to be complacent and quiet. because you are all complicit if you allow this to occur. If you want the change, write in the change. Vote for the change. I did this because you didn't. Because this country and this state needs a fighter. I'm here and ready to serve as I have always been. BOPUSARadio.com. I say the things that you're too afraid to say.
Breaking news, conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been killed after being shot in the neck.
Getting more light on the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
No Kings demonstrations around the country on immigration.
I invite everybody.
The government shutdown.
It's a government shutdown. It's a government shutdown.
People on the right.
He's slamming Republicans.
Owen Schroyer is leaving InfoWars.
You are a backstabber.
Israel.
The two shared a look and a hug, and what followed has become one of the most viral moments of the year.
Y'all know that looks wrong. That looks bad.
The placement of her hand.
They claw.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
You don't have the cards.
We stop 8 worse.
20 surviving Israeli hostages were freed from Hamas. A treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
And we will build a city hall.
Agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today.
They gotta stop being so obsessed with Israel and so obsessed with the Jews. Israel derangement syndrome. I'm not gonna stop talking about it. I'm talking about Israel. Israel.
Why do they call us so
Nazi.
You're a Nazi promoter.
Welcome to the next wave of rebellion, awakening, and resistance. Let's rise above the noise. Welcome to POLITI-SHOCK.
This show is loud, crass, in your face, and talks about something no one else will speak of. It's called The Truth. Welcome to POLITI-SHOCK. The show that shakes the very foundations of the establishment. Broadcasting live since 2007, with millions tuning in every week. We're here to expose the lies of the New World Order, the military-industrial complex, Big Pharma, and every corrupt institution trying to silence your voice. This is not safe for work. 1,000% pro-liberty, pro-Trump, and pro-America first. Get ready for 3+ hours of uncensored truth bombs as we tear apart the liberal narratives and the globalist agenda, because we're here to fight back against Agenda 2030 and the depopulation plot that's creeping into our society. Dismantling the lies. This is POLITI-SHOCK. Brought to you by MyPillow.com. Use promo code VOPUSA or call 1-800-822-5206. Now, here's your host, Dan Smariglio.
Nation's pride, red, white, and blue, globalist lies, splitting us in two.
The preceding show has been brought to you by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli state, and Israeli intelligentsia. I want to make that known before we start tonight's episode of POLITI-SHOCK, that this is brought to you by BB himself. Actually, he's here in the studio with us, aka our house. He gave me talking points for tonight, so I want to regurgitate them appropriately. Oh, sorry, it was just a random Jew that I seen. It was actually a picture of Bernstein, so, you know, those damn Jews are everywhere. What can I say? I'm trying to get my Jew count up before I start the show appropriately because, you know, it's not a show unless you blame the Jews in Israel for something. So, obviously, Pam Bondi was let go because she's compromised by Israel. That has to be the reason. It must. Bibi told him to do it. You know, like, I would love to say it's like a state of mourning, you know, like when you lose your favorite not so influential influencer. But, you know, like, honestly, you've heard me talk about it for a long time, you know, Alex Jones and his temperamental takes on Donald Trump and how he, you know, loves him 1 minute, hates him the next minute, loves him 1 minute, hates him the next minute. Well, our boy, you know, he's decided to go down a different path, and he's decided to go all in on the can't support Donald Trump anymore. He's not the same man. You know, he's the Trump we love is gone. And it's kind of funny the levels of hatred that he's getting because God, he deserves it. And it is the most priceless thing in the world. Hi, everybody. Now you see me. Are you happy? But like literally, you just can't help but to laugh. So even today, Alex is like trying to, you know, I don't hate the man, but he's obviously compromised. Like he's already starting to waver because he's such a diva that cares so much about how he's viewed by everybody and what people think about him that, you know, I know he's the most banned person in the world. Like when he was taken off of social media and everybody had to, you know, cry and weep for poor Alex being taken off social media. And he would cry every day to his millions of people on all his radio stations across the country, which he was never taken off of even for a minute. Oh, that must have been hard, man. You're only bringing in what, you know, 40, 50 million a year versus, you know, the 45 million a year with the social media inclusion, if you will. Hard luck. But everybody had to fall in line and be the good little soldier and defend free speech and defend Alex Jones and defend InfoWars and defend free speech systems. And so many fell for it. I mean, you know, hell, I like them kind of, you know, I it's like, you know, I was on his show, like I've told people before, long time ago. And by the way, this is called burying the lead. All right. Because everybody else is going to talk about, oh, Pam Bondi, it's a good thing. It's a bad thing. Oh my God. Pam Bondi. I hate that. I hate that because ultimately I don't care. All right. So I want to talk about something that everybody else isn't talking about today because everybody's so fickle and they literally, I don't care about the headlines, yet you just go verbatim, headline. What's trending on X? Let me talk about it. Maybe somebody will notice me and I could whore myself out to you. So perhaps you'll share the show. If you want that, leave this show because I don't do that. For those of you who may not know me. Most of you do know me and you know who the hell I am and what I do. And I just don't care about what's in vogue, if you will. So anyway, to go back to the Alex Jones point, you know, I was on a show in 2009. I really didn't know who the hell he was. And you didn't know who he was? No, I didn't know who he was. Sorry. You know, I actually had things going on in the real world, you know, service to country, service to community, and also holding events all over the country and not making money. Oh, that's shame on you. No, you know, actually fighting for something you believe in and not trying to get rich off of it was never the intent. Go figure. Now it would be nice if any of you cheap bastards out there would actually throw a donation. You want to donate to everybody else, and you want to spread the cheeks for your favorite douche that's going to be, lying to you tomorrow, tonight, and talking about all the different things while talking about the same things and telling you nothing new and giving you nothing but a plan for how we're going to continue to fail. But you'll abide by them and you'll listen to them and give them all your money, because giving rich people your money is going to move the ball down the field. So, yes, I'm going to admonish the cheap ones out there, because, again, this show, Politi-Shock, by the way, welcome to Politi-Shock. I'm Dan. Hopefully I've offended you already. If I have, good, then you're in the right place, or the wrong place, depending on how you take things. But, this show is heard by millions of people, and, how many people donate? I'd do more content for you, but you think I'm going to do a damn thing for the one or two people whom I love that actually did donate and give extra special shows and everything else? I mean, maybe I will for them, but they're already a part of this ecosystem, because one's my father and the other one is a friend who's going to be on the show here at 10, But literally, it boggles the mind. And maybe you do just hate watch. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe you tune in to criticize. Maybe you tune in to judge. I don't know. Maybe you tune in to laugh. I could be funny sometimes. I don't try to be. But for the majority of you out there, the millions and millions of people who do watch, I mean, it's okay. I understand. You all can't afford to give $1. That's cool. Or $2. Maybe that's my problem. I'm asking for too much, because we ask for $2, they take their cut. We get about $1.60 of that. So 2 is pushing it. Maybe I should drop it to $1 and tell you that it's brought to you by the wellness company. And then you could tithe and give me your income. So I could sit here and do like everybody else does and talk about things, and you will blindly listen. Timbo said it. It's a good thing. Where do you line up to sell out, or how do I apply to sell out? Luckily, I just don't have it in me, I guess, especially at this point, which brings me back to Alex Jones, the resident dwarven bitch. He's about 5'7", he's not that tall. And I didn't care about that, but, kind of troll-esque, I guess you could say. But over the years, and when I was trying to find something to listen to in 2015 while working on the road all the time, I put on InfoWars, and I'm like, oh, well, there's somebody finally speaking some logic and, whatever. You see, I didn't seek out people to validate my way of thinking. I don't ever look at another podcast or listen to another podcast. I mean, to be honest with you, I listen to no other podcast at all, because I pretty much hate everyone. And that's not me being negative or dark. I do. I learn nothing. I gauge nothing. I do not gain any knowledge from hearing the same people talk about the same things, just with different cadences, usually the boring cadence, as I like to call it. Let me talk about something really controversial. I'm using high-pitched bitch voice again. Let me talk about something really controversial, what Donald Trump is doing there. If I talk like that, maybe you'll like me. Maybe you'll give me your money, because that seems to be the voice that's also popular these days. Or if I talk like this, well, then you'll hate me. I guess everybody's turning on him. Oh, my God. What is it, man? What's the appeal? I don't get it. But I digress. So the only podcast, and I hate that word, podcast, because maybe because I'm old school, we have a radio and television network. So this is not a podcast. This is a podcast once it's done and it's uploaded to the jerk off platforms that take your money and take your views and give you nothing. Spotify and all the crap that we're on. We're on every single one of them in the world. I don't think we've ever even seen a dime from it. You got millions of downloads, get nothing for it, but it's totally cool. So that's when it becomes a podcast. You see, this is a radio show / I guess now live show. Dare I say TV show if you're on Roku, Fire, Android or Apple TV, and you downloaded the VOP U.S.A. app. Woohoo! It's free. That should make you want to download it. It's free. Or you could download it by using this promo code, and I will give you 1.5% off a $5,000 purchase of the sphincter alignment kit sold to you by the wellness company. And for a low price of only $713, you can get exclusive access to our TV channel. Maybe then you'll buy. I have to tell you that, it has an exorbitant price tag, and then you'll be more willing to just go and shell out that money. Because what I notice is a majority of you out there that bitch about the people that have black pilled, the scumbags, the PSY-OP, the fakes, that have never been MAGA, have never been anything other than lying, fraud, grifting scum, carny barkers, whatever you want to call it. And again, you know what? I'm going to do something because I did it today during a job interview. Yes, I'm going to, because, hey, 43, and I guess I'm a controversial figure. So, getting a job isn't the easiest thing in the world, apparently, when you're guilty of having experience in the real world and also a little bit of self-respect. It's amazing, but that's okay. I mean, we don't want to mention the fact that I lost my job because of deciding to run for Senate, but hey, step up for the people. They show you their thanks by giving you the finger and not doing a damn thing for you. Not that I cared, but, hey, maybe it's sour grapes. I have no idea. Or maybe you're just a bunch of, self-serving, greedy douchebags and you really don't deserve me. But what I said today during a job interview was it was the first time I've ever done this, I don't act with ego because I just don't believe in it. Oh, and by the way, the only show that I watch, literally, the only show that I watch is Holistics. That's Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern live right here on the Voice of the U.S.A. Radio Television Network at VOPUSARadio.com or houseofhaiti.com or on all the socials. Hey, it's a quick way to do a plug, but it's accurate, right? I watch her show because I love her and I'm actually interested. Even though I love her, if it sucked, I wouldn't watch. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of a douche like that, I guess you could say. But, I said something when they said, well, why do you view this job? It's a vice president of operations job for a security firm, right? And how do you view this job in your plan, whatever? Like I just basically said, I think that you need me, or however the hell I put it. I was basically speaking with a little bit of ego. Like, I'm good at what I do. I've earned this opportunity because, hey, they say it's not about who you know or who you blow or whatever. It's about who you know, whatever, because we've disproven that already, too, because literally a president of another company, calls you and says, you're going to get the chance to go to the 6th interview. Go through all 5. Then they reject you 4 weeks later after ghosting you. So it's not even about who you know anymore. But I actually said that, no, I've earned the opportunity because I've busted my ass for 25 years and blah, 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 blah. So you don't care about that. None of you really care about that. All right, I don't know who's in the chat room because I'm not even looking at the chat right now. I literally don't even have the screen pulled up. My apologies. I'll get back to you shortly. But so some of you out there care, because the ones who chat are the ones who give a damn. It's the other millions of people that watch, and I don't know what you do to yourselves while you're watching me or listening to me yell at you. But I will say this. The reason why we deserve your help is because, you know what? Coming up on 20 years of being on the air, I haven't asked for your help for over 18 of those years. Give everything away for free. Give everything away for free because it's about putting a different voice out there, putting my truth out there to hopefully inspire and wake up somebody, not to lead you, guide you, or make you think that I'm somehow, this authority figure. I'm just somebody who's bold and willing to say shit that most people won't say. Not because I'm trying to be controversial, because my personality just makes me such, okay? We could be all toned down and I could throw on a blazer for you in a tie and talk about things and say, darn it, I'm ticked off, or maybe use an occasional hell damn or ass to really goad you, get you fired up. But quite frankly, it assaults my intelligence and assaults your intelligence, so I'm not going to do that shit, right? I'm not here to be viewer friendly. I'm here to utilize my talk therapy space and put some truths out there. So I will say, though, after asking for help, after 18 years, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 people stepped up. And that's okay. I'm grateful for every one of them. I didn't like asking for help. So to the rest of you, and that's the thing. If I didn't have an audience, I wouldn't care as much. But like, hey, I'm grateful for the, 30, 40, 60, 70,000 people who watch on Rumble. And I'm grateful for whatever. And that's only if you're featured. If you're not featured, you get like 100. But don't worry. They don't work the algorithm, though. Anyway. And by the way, I don't care who I offend, in case you can't figure that out, if you happen to be new here. But the thing is, you know, in this great world, and the Alex Joneses and everything else, I guess we do have one that people compare me to Alex Jones all the time. I don't understand why. I'm loud and I could be a little profane and everything else, but let's face it, Alex Jones is radio friendly for, 99% of what he does because he's on the radio and has been on the radio for many, many decades. And God bless him. Good for him. Good. It's cool. This isn't coming from a place of jealousy or a place of envy or anything else. It's just simply put, for whatever it is that I do, for whatever it is I've been putting out there and doing it as consistently as humanly possible, I'm damn good at it. Because is that even a thing? I'm damn good at being real. Damn good at not sucking ass and playing some character behind a camera. Nope, this ugly face behind this little setup in our living room right now is exactly what you see because I can't afford to be in a studio. Because my millions of people that everybody wants to whore off of and suck the tit of, they all want the audience and the reach and the exposure and everything else. But, some of us had to work hard to generate that, to build those partnerships. It didn't come easy. But everybody wants to use that. They want to use it for free. Ask them for $1, God forbid. It's like you just kicked their dog. You know what I'm saying? Can't have that. So you continue to watch and you continue to show up, and I'm grateful that you show up. It's great. So I can show a bunch of self-serving, hypocritical douchebags, look at our numbers, and they can all say, wow, those numbers are great. How come you're not monetized? Well, your favorite truth speakers that are all about fighting the system, but they all have one thing in common. They're monetized. They must be smarter than me, right? Or they must just be puppets who are playing a game and selling out and have sold out and are portraying themselves as something that they're not when they're behind the camera. Gee, imagine that. But that's okay. They all love it. They all love the reach. So yes, and I'm grateful for the millions of people. I'd be more grateful if you people who then have the audacity at times to send messages, about how there should be more shows, there should be more this, and you should do this, and you should do that. Well, what I really should do is tell you to go fuck yourself, because what have you contributed except your bullshit opinion, which quite honestly doesn't mean jack shit to me. When I open up phone lines and you call in and you either reward the world with your intelligent conversation or show your stupidity to the world, I will either have a conversation with you or mock you, make fun of you, belittle you, and play your words and use them against you for weeks to come until it stops being entertaining to me. Because this is my show. I'm sponsored by, I guess I have one sponsor, it's my wife. And I sponsor her. We sponsor each other. But you see, that's the joys of not being owned by anyone or any entity. So I can say these things to you. I can have this candid conversation with you. So again, I appreciate the feedback, but it kind of falls on deaf ears when, listen, if I'm offending you, then you're guilty. Because the same people that will offer their critique will then go and donate to the Bannons of the world, the Alex Jones of the world, buy his dick pills, buy his weight loss pills, buy his methylene fucking green aqua, whatever the hell it is. Hey, I used to buy this shit too. I thought, hey, maybe go to a different source to find supplements, but then you realize they all kind of suck. God forbid you get something real and legit. You gotta carny bark it, This is right. This right here is going to save the world. This right here is going to heal your ass cancer. This right here is going to heal. Oh, shut it up your ass. All right. It's like, God, these people, I'm not going to sell out to the system, but I'll spread my cheeks and take it deep for any supplement company that wants to back me, any gold company that wants to back me, any silver company that wants to back me. Or let me do it in a way that's more appealing to you.
if you go to the what is it? The wellness, what the hell does it say? I even forget the name. The wellness company right now, get your very own supply of the I don't even know what the hell to say. See, so it's either one. It's the Alex Jones voice that sounds like he took a dick that was, super glue with rock salt down the throat, or it's the other one that took that same dick with the rock salt straight up the ass. So it's like, no, I'll tell you right now. Let me tell you right now. This is really going too far. Well, I mean, how should I appear for you? How should I react for you? I can't change the face. Fatter, not as fat, in the middle. It's just life. I'm real. I'm guilty. I'm not trying to dress up for you all and be a little dancing marionette. But I will say, like, you people out there. And yes, I started my show with admonishing my audience because you fucking deserve it. Because the people who bitch the most are the ones that do the least. Legitimately, you do the least. And that's okay. I mean, I want you to keep watching. At the same time, if you don't, I don't care. Because you offer nothing. You give nothing. But you tithe to your gods on YouTube. I hate YouTube, but you tithe to them. You tithe to your gods on Rumble. I don't answer, but you give to them. You just give and give and give. And what is it they're doing with your money? What do they do with your money? I'd love to know. Have they changed anything for you? Have they done anything for you personally? Well, they helped get Trump elected, and now they're turning against Trump. So they must be telling me the truth, and I must follow them like loyal subjects. A bunch of lobotomized, brain-dead, zombified bitches. I swear to God. So I'm going to tie this all together, believe me. So when I had the audacity to ask you for $2, $10, or $20 a month, or pay annually and you get a discount, on top of the money they take at Buy Me a Coffee, but still, it's the best of all of them. You can't even find a way to do that, but you'll keep coming back. What is that? Is it like Stockholm Syndrome in a different weird, like, kind of reverse way or something? I don't know. Do you really hate me, but you love me? But you don't dare donate, right? God forbid. And I'm not even upset. I honestly just chose to do this because I didn't want to start off the show by talking about Pam Bondi because everybody else is doing it. Oh, and is Tulsi going to go? No, Tulsi's not going to go. Is Tulsi going to go? Oh, she's lying. Laura Loomer's a liar. She's a fucking Jew. Oh, no, Laura Loomer's the best. This is what you assholes talk about nonstop. I made the mistake of scrolling through the X world, the dumbass X world, and this is what you talk about. This is what you're obsessed about. But you're all heroes and you know how to save the world single-handedly. But yet you fall for the headlines. You scroll like freaking stupid children. It's like your dopamine hit. And then I can't even say the few of you because it would be a lie. And I'm not going to lie to you. So fortunately, the few million of you that stop what you're doing, then watch this show and just sit. Oh, like what do you do? I mean, I'm not ungrateful, but maybe I am because, hey, we need some help actually paying the bills to keep this show that you like to watch all the time on. You don't donate. You don't do that. I don't like people who sell out. I don't want to be bombarded with ads and everything else. So we don't do that. Let's face it. Who the fuck wants me to like advertise our product anyway? I'm a liability. I'm profane. I'm explicit. I'm this. I am that. Again, spoken to me by people. Oh, but they're successful because they have money. So therefore, we should listen to them. If that's the case, then I should have sold my soul to the RNC when they offered me $1 million a year at the age of 23 or 24, whatever the hell it was. But integrity matters. If I lose the ability to say this to you, to tell you out there that, hey, the majority of you kind of suck and you're cheap and you're dumbasses, if I lose that ability because I want to go and play a role and play a part to make money, and then once I make money, then I'll come after you hard, right? No. So I choose not to be the bitch-made version. I choose to be me. For better or for worse. Now, am I going to be doing a new show called Real Time with Dan Sriglio? Yes, I am. And please, don't bother telling me about Bill Maher. I know. but he doesn't own the name Dan Smurglio. So fuck it. So yes, I'm going to be doing that. And that show is going to be a little different. It's going to be a little different because, you know, believe it or not, I don't have to rant all the time. I don't have to curse all the time. I don't plan it. For the most part, I don't even like it. But sometimes it does feel kind of fulfilling when I can say, you are a fucking idiot. And I saw one person leave, one eyeball left. Good. They're probably the smart ones. Because maybe the words hit home a little bit too much, you know? But like literally, I don't want to be that person that's going to be, you know, just the cuck and be out here and doing like everything else and do like everybody else. But the new show, I'm going to give you my spin, my take on said headlines. Totally not being a hypocrite with this one because it's still going to be me. I'm still not going to read a script. I'm still not going to do any of that bullshit. But I'm going to do, and why am I doing it? Would I rather be doing a show about professional wrestling? Probably. But I'm going to do it because I've been doing this so long, it's in my blood, and I feel as if I have no choice. So let me give you my take on the headlines, because let's face it, this show, I mock you. You literally think I'm going to start talking about A, B, C, or D right from the top, but I'm not going to do that. And sometimes it's because people want me to, you know? The Rage of Aquarius, I mean, we talk about headlines, but not, it's different. It's just different. And what makes it different is because it's real. My point for all this is, and here's where the little hint of arrogance will come in, all right? And I'm not arrogant at all. I'm very self-aware, again, for better or for worse. You all can sit there and decide who's more MAGA than not MAGA. You could all sit there and pretend like, you know, you have a greater authority than other people. You could act as if you are somehow this legendary person, this force of nature, because you've been around since 2015, or you've been around since the Tea Party, or you've been around since 2020, and you are now the expert and will preach and tell and everything else and all that other bullshit. Good. Good for you. Now, I don't like to throw this out there. Maybe I should. I'm going to do it now. I have been doing this, and it's not to say I'm so wonderful. It's just a point of comparison, if you will. I've been doing this since 2006. So why the fuck do I care who's more MAGA than not MAGA? Who's more this and not? I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, I hate the lot of you. I do. Because you are obviously pawns, sellouts, fakes, frauds, whatever. I'm speaking to the other world of Podcastistan now. Not you, the audience. No, you're the majority of you. You're just busy being cheap. But to the rest of them, the ones who go out there behind a microphone and act like there's something special, yeah. I see them all have the most irrelevant conversations, the most irrelevant dialogue in the world. You know what? And some of us real ones are still here. And maybe more will come. Maybe more will not come. But in the end, I don't claim, look, I'm disappearing into my camera. I promise you one day I'm going to get a green screen. That way I can look more professional for you not to donate. So anyway, but literally, like, I'm not trying to be like, you know, when everybody else is exposed, you'll find me because I am the voice of truth. No, I'm just a voice of truth, period. You don't like my opinion? Don't watch. Don't listen. I don't care. You like my opinion? Great. But don't sit there and think that I'm somehow special. I'm just somebody who's busy and guilty of being consistent and putting integrity. And quite honestly, which again, I say I understand because in my heart, I have to understand because it defines why I enlisted. It defines why I swore an oath and became a cop. It defines why I've serviced. Oh, that sounds wrong. Why I've dedicated my life to public service. And why I do this. Because I'm tired of seeing people get taken advantage of and be led astray by demons, by evil scum. So I try to be a voice of truth, one that's willing to say the things that you won't say out loud, one that's willing to fight and push back against the evil because I don't know any other way. So this is another form of service. Some people I saw somebody else and I don't even hate him. And he was bashing Flynn, which is good because Flynn's a scumbag piece of shit. So I like that. I think it's great. He's a fake. He's a fraud. But this guy's like, you know what, General Flynn, I've had enough of you. You want to talk about service to your country? I mean, whatever. He was a general, but he served in intelligence. I mean, whatever. But, oh, you have my respect. Ugh. Anyway, again, as I said before, just because you served your country doesn't make you a good person. There's good and bad with everything, people. That's just reality. But nobody dares say that. Even people that come on this network. Well, like, no, I don't give a fuck. I'll say it. But the podcaster goes on to say, you know what, General Flynn? You turned your back on us, and I have been serving this country via X and via social media since 2015. I'm like, oh my God. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse with everybody's a patriot. You're a patriot. I'm a patriot. We're all patriots. Patriots, patriots, patriots. Patriots, you're a patriot. Yo, that's such a patriot move. That's a patriotic dog. That's a patriotic truck. That's a patriotic fucking hard-on pill. That's a patriotic freaking ass cream. That's a patriotic because it's humped by the right people. Patriot, patriot, patriot. Tea Party patriots. Tea Party nation. Tea Party patriot, patriot. Patriot versus patriot. I'm more patriot than you're patriot. Oh my God. Just when you thought it couldn't get more sickening, thankfully, the Jews came in to save the day. The Nazi thing never hit that hard because I've been getting that since 2006. So then it's up. Jew, 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 Jew. You're a Jew. I'm a Jew. Everybody's a Jew, 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 Jew. We hate Jews. Why you don't hate Jews? We hate Jews. So you're all patriots. But now, this guy comparing his service behind a keyboard to service to his country. And I don't even dislike this guy, but please believe there's a difference, okay? As I go into the void of the blue, I don't know why that's happening, but whatever. I mean, who cares? There is a difference. Yes, there's keyboard warriors and there's digital soldiers and everything else. I got to say all the right things to make you feel validated so you can continue continue to watch and not donate. And that's okay. Let me feed your ego. You're a digital warrior. But hey, I'm not here to fluff your ego. And there are people that do good things. Don't get me wrong. I guess maybe I was bored. I decided, let's take on the globalist scum and let's take on sex traffickers and drug traffickers and dirty cops and dirty politicians and freaking international enemies since 2006. Let's go out there. I want to know what it's like to be death threatened. I want to know what it's like to lose my job, to lose this, everything else. This was long before the last round. I want to know what it's like to be hated, to be boycotted, to be banned, to be blacklisted, to be really suspended, to have your freaking credit cards turned off. I want to know what it's like, all for free. I was just bored. I kind of figured, you know what? I'm a unique person because I don't bite my tongue. I don't hold back. Is it bite your tongue or bite your lip? I have no idea. Chat room I'm going to get to, I promise you. I see numbers. I have no idea who's there, who's not. Whatever. It's probably the good ones there and the other freaking millions of people with their dick in their hand or whatever in their hand and just watching and listening to what I'm saying. And they'll show up again next week and still donate nothing. BuyMeACoffee.com/VOP USA Radio. It's scrolling on the bottom of your screen, or you can scan. I give you every option in the world. But let me cut a super cool promo and tell you that I'll give you something that won't work, and then you'll donate. Anyway, I just figured since I have a unique ability to be a dick and speak up, I actually want to defend people against injustice and defend people, not to be a white knight, because let's face it, I don't even like people. Okay? But yet I find myself in this weird spot of still trying to fight for people. Yes, I'm fighting for myself, for my wife, everything else. But, I'm fighting for people. And the truth is, the majority of you don't deserve it. You don't. Because you're lost causes, and you're weak, and you're feckless, and you're cowardly, and you're a follower. We want leaders here. We want warriors here. Okay? But I decided, hey, you know what? The Real Radio thing was shit money, but they're going to censor me. I saw that, read the tea leaves, if you will, and saw where things were going and said, let's start something different. And damn it, I was all about OTT, independent radio, everything else, long before it was a thing. But as always, my ideas are usually 10 to 20 years too soon. And thank God for my wife for many reasons, but she actually brought it to reality. So now you can see me and still not donate. I mean, then again, if you're seeing me and just you're going to donate and you look at me and you don't want to donate, I don't blame you. But I digress. So I decided to take on these evil bastards, but also do it in the street, in the 3D world, face to face with your enemy. Somebody comes for you, you beat their ass, not this age of cuckery. Ooh, make sure they hit you and you get it on camera. Wait, somebody's coming at you with a knife. Let me get my phone and record it. God, you're a bunch of pussies. My God, this is why I try to stay off of social media. This is why I play this dumb fuck game on my phone. I don't even game. I never gamed in my life, but there's some stupid kill zombie war game. That to me is so much more appealing, and I hate it, okay? I hate it. But that to me is so much more appealing than watching you idiots on social media. I swear to God. And call this the first hour of Dan shit-talking his audience, because that's exactly what it is. But I am going to get back to my point. See? But literally, you sit there all day and you're just, oh God, you're incessant. You just keep going and going and going. Like good little parrots, good little followers. Oh, it's not my fault. I was lied to. Oh, it's not my fault. The fucking isn't your fault. Wake up. Are you that dumb? When you see things, it doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't sound right. And I have this overall really bad feeling about this all, but I'm going to support you blindly anyway. That's what you do. And for the doomers out there, no, I'm not talking about our president, because I still love our president, support our president, have since day one, and will to the very end. And if he does something I don't like, I'm going to talk about it and say that I can trust his agenda and trust that something will be done, and that not everybody's going to do everything I like, but I'm also not the freaking president. Just like you're not the president. You experts out there in the social media world that know more than everybody else. Quite frankly, you disgust me. You sicken me. Now that we have that out of the way, so I decide to try to take it to a different realm. Yeah, I was on Blog Talk Radio, and doing my whole thing online in 2006 before it was ever really a thing. But here I still am. Lost countless hundreds of thousands of dollars, jobs, threats, everything else in the world. But I know that when I get my 2 to 3 hours of sleep, that I could lay my head down and feel okay. But is that what it's for? No. It's for knowing what you're meant to do. And I'm meant to do a lot. I truly believe that. And sometimes life will shit on you and hold you down, more so when you're trying to do the right thing. But what do? Do we roll over and die? Well, all right, 3/4 of this audience, sorry, 85 to 90% of this audience, you'll just keep coming back and take the abuse because you're a bunch of dumbass, cheap bastards. But the rest of you, the good percentage, you fight in your own way. And some of you do it online. I'm not knocking that. But the dude that tried to equate service behind a keyboard to service to country, that's a bridge too far, as they say. There, do I sound more professional when I use terms like that? It's like, that's a bit much, dude. I serve my country by putting posts out on X. The fuck you do. All right. You could be a voice of truth, a voice of reason, and know that you're trying to contribute to putting out counter narratives of a PSY-OP. Dilly meme team. They put out memes that are actually effectual. Why are they effectual? Are they funny? Yes. Are they good? Yes. Are they witty? Yes. But let's face it. And I love Dilly and I love the meme team. I do. But let's say what nobody else will say. The reason why they're effectual and they work is because you all, I'm not going to say we, you all, society, have become so dumbed down that you only respond to flashy lights, little things that capture your attention quickly. That's the methodology behind the memes. Do they work? Yes. Do they stick? Yes. Are they effective? Yes. Why are they effective? Because society is dumber. I mean, maybe you already know that, or maybe I'm the first one, waking you up to that fact. But because the world has become so dumbed down, you need flashy objects, flashy items to capture your precious attention for all of 30 seconds so you can go out and save the world. And God bless Dilly. I mean, he's done a great thing, but if we ever had a conversation one-on-one, I would bring it up and you think he would disagree? But you have to do it in this day and age, and it's damn effective. That doesn't speak volumes about society as a whole. So you continue to show blind support to those. Wow, I keep going into the virtual background. This is really a pain in the ass. Not that I care. It's just, and it's kind of cool in a way. It's like a Mike Tyson tattoo. It's like the red, white, and blue just keeps morphing on my face. Probably doing you all a favor. But anyway, and I love Mike Tyson, by the way. But the people out there, and the reason why I spend so long on this, here's a reason. It's like you're trained, you're Pavlov's dogs, right? You're trained to trust the flashy objects, to trust the big promotion. Unless you're shitbags like Real America's Voice and that production sucks. Hell, my virtual background problem could be solved with a green screen. Their production value is really dog shit. And they're a bunch of lying scumbags, but you trust them because you think they're an authoritative, because they're on a news channel, so they must not lie to you. Oh, they say the right thing sometimes, so you trust them. It is offensive and it is heartbreaking sometimes when you invest time, and in your case, mine in the past was supplements. I'm not going to lie, but that's because I was trying to fight what Big Pharma, poisoned me with and everything else. So, but by the way, since I stopped taking everything, I'm doing better than I was. Yeah, crippling pain, some hours of the day, but it goes away, kind of. But ultimately, I'm doing better taking nothing than I was taking everything. Right? And we're going to break it down because Hollis and I were having a discussion. When we come back from Pennsylvania, I'm going to see my dad, I'm going to see my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, and everybody else, We're going to begin the journey again. Not because we have to, because we want to. So you're going to get to follow along. It's going to be fun, actually. But you trust these people as, I don't even know what you would call it. You think that because they have connections to, because they were around once or talked to before or interviewed, that these people are trusted sources. I assure you, all the ones that you think are your buddies and your best friends, they're the ones stabbing you in the back further, just deeper than anybody else. It'd be nice if you would throw a couple dollars our way to help us do what we do, but notice how we continue to evolve, let's be honest, without you, because of persistence. As my father always says, perseverance, especially when you're doing it for the right reason. Right now, I care more about Hollis's music and her show and what she's doing because I think it's brilliant and it's beautiful, and I love that it's not political. I care more about that than I do this show, because this show, I love this show. But how exactly would I change it? Be more honest? Be more professional? Which one would it be? I'll tell you this right now, and you take this for what it's worth. Am I strongly considering putting this show behind a paywall? Yes, I am. simply because I'm getting sick and tired of the people who do watch this show and do not contribute a damn thing. You do nothing, but you continuously show up, which I'm grateful. But unlike your favorite douchebags that you do donate to, that you do buy their fucking Patriot tampons or their freaking, their freaking MAGA fucking hemorrhoid cream or whatever it is that you buy, Steve Bannon approved. You spend your money on that, but you don't spend it on the people putting in the real work, the people doing the real things at their own expense. I'm not a numbers obsessed guy. Some are. They see, oh my God, you have this. Oh my God. How can I use you? How can I use this? How can it benefit me? As Hollis has said before, me. It's all about them. Believe it or not, this isn't about me. This has been about me for freaking almost 20 years. It's actually about you. But unfortunately, most of you are the undeserving assholes. I didn't always think that. But as time moves on, I'm starting to believe it more and more that maybe you like it. Maybe you like being lied to. Maybe you like being used and abused. I don't know. Honest to God, I don't know. So would I put POLITI-SHOCK behind a paywall? You're damn straight I would. And I do believe that maybe out of 6 to 8 million people who watch this show live, I believe maybe 5 or 6 of you would pay. I'd rather have those 5 or 6 people than a bunch of blind, mute, inept, worthless, undeserving people. And again, if this offends you, good, because I'm speaking directly to you. Which, in closing, brings me back to where I started. See? I have the chops to do that, believe it or not. Alex Jones betraying you was never a betrayal. This dude has been co-opting a movement. The classic definition of psychological operation tells you, how can he get away with saying those things? I heard him today on CBS Idaho. I heard him today on ABC Radio in Topeka. He's saying such controversial things about the New World Order. That's true. I heard it in Branson, Missouri today on the radio. It's true. When somebody could say the things that he says that are oh so controversial and say them on terrestrial radio, maybe, just maybe, you, the people out there, the cheap masses, the brainwashed masses, might think to yourself for 1 second, well, how's he allowed to say that on regular radio? Maybe because he's allowed to, because he was told to, because he's paid to. So he corrals the ones looking for truth to follow him, make their money, use and abuse and divide and conquer. And then when the cards are all on the table, what do? They tuck and run, right? My point for all this is this. If you're feeling, Owen Schroyer, who's a little worthless anorexic, looks like he's dying from cancer, cocksucker, who literally, I can't knock him, but I have to ask this bushy-haired fucktard, like literally, God, you ever have somebody just, I don't know who I hate more, Fuentes or him, but again, the Fuentes, the, high-pitched bitch, number 2, he's busy bashing the other high-pitched bitches, which is really kind of funny. Bixby is listening to me. Anyway, my phone. Well, I guess when I said high pitch bitch, yep, that's what did it, I think. Anyway, like they're all attacking each other, which is kind of funny. But these people, they are allowed to do what they do because 1, you allow it. 2, because they're sent to do it. But Owen Schroyer he literally films his show, or goes live from a garage. Now, as somebody who made over $160,000 a year all those years working for InfoWars, being Alex Jones fluffer, you'd think he'd have a little bit better setup than a garage. I mean, I'm in my living room, but that's because my millions of people are a bunch of cheap assholes. So I have a reason, and I didn't sell out. See, there's a difference there. Integrity matters. But now, Owen Schroyer and Alex Jones are back on the same page. We blame the Jews in Israel for everything. We hate Trump. He's betrayed us. You know, it's nauseating. So I ask you, the public, and the people out there, and again, the millions of people that will watch this show, and you keep showing up. So, let me do the professional thing. Thank you so much to my loyal audience for showing up every single week and contributing nothing. Thank you. And I swear to God, if I put POLITI-SHOCK behind a paywall, I can see it now. Why did you do that? You should have monetized. What? How could you do that? Again, I'd rather have 5 to 6 real people than millions of do-nothings. That is the definition. Not because I have an ego, people. That is the definition of doing this for completely selfless reasons, of doing this for the right reasons, of building a network for the right reasons, to give you, the undeserving, a voice, to give you, the undeserving, a stage, and the deserving, the good ones out there, though you are few and far between. So if let's be honest. Have you gone to VOPUSARadio.com? You have, but you don't sign up. You don't do shit. But if you go to VOPUSARadio.com, you know what you'll see? You'll see Hollis stuff. You see my stuff. You know what you won't see? POLITI-SHOCK. You know what it's like to have your network? To have your own network. You can't even put your show on it because the company we use to actually build it, they suck ass. And by the way, fuck them. Overpriced, lying douchebags. But hey, you live and learn. Or move to something better. So my show's it's live right now on my network, but it's my fault. I talk too long. My show can't even fit on our own network. Again, and am I upset about it? No. Because I want the other shows. I want the network as a whole for other people, for artists, for musicians, for everything else in between. I want it to be successful for them because this is the only place that I know of, the only network that I know of. And if there's something else out there, please tell me who you are because I have to believe in the void that you exist, but I don't see you. I don't hear you. You don't show up. This network is bigger than me. Hell, this show is bigger than me. So the reason why I would go with this show behind a paywall is because integrity does matter. Because doing this and being engaged in this fight for the right reasons is the only reason. Well, nobody wants to pay you. Again, no matter what they throw at you, you can throw it back in their face. Because I was offered $1 million before, 9 years before Trump came down the escalator. And I've been a Trump supporter since 2012 and 2015 and 2020. 6th grade book report, Art of the Deal. Oh, wait, maybe I should remind you that I've been to the White House with President Trump. He watched my rally. He invited me to his inauguration and the White House. Now, let me hump some gold product and maybe you'll give me your income. Would that make you feel better? Should I name drop more? All your favorite people that you idolize? I know a lot of them. And I hate 99.9% of them. I love Rudy Giuliani. I love President Trump. I think that's it. I don't know. There might be more. Mike Lindell was a good guy. I like him too. But some people hate him too. Because you out there are too busy hating each other and finding reasons to hate each other instead of hating the people who are most deserving. Instead, you give them your money. And you regurgitate their talking points. So maybe you don't need a hand up. Maybe you don't need me to wrap my arms around you and love you. Maybe what you require is for me to give you a bitch slap of reality and tell you that a lot of you out there are a bunch of dumbass idiots. And you can sit there and bitch about the problems. You are the problem. And there's a lot of you out there too that are good people that actually want an alternative, that want something different, and want somebody to say the things as brazen as I'm saying. And again, at the end of the day, it's not about me. It's about having a place to go to see these conversations, to hear these words. So the moral of the story is Alex Jones has been a paid PSY-OP since day one. Day one. We've all been let down. Why would you be let down? At this point, it's not even disappointing. It's just typical. All right? The long list of people who sold you out. Oh, they don't like Trump now, so you have to hate them, so you're part of a cult. No, my head is too big to fit up my own ass, and I see it for what it is. I see I love Trump, I hate Trump, I love Trump, I hate Trump, I love Trump, I hate Trump, I take up the ass from Trump, I know, oh, Trump's the devil. You people disgust me. Disgust me. And I wish you nothing but the worst. I'm not going to be one of these softcore pussies out there. I'm going to pray for my enemies. No, fuck the enemies. Fuck the enemies of freedom, prosperity, integrity, decency, this country. I'm not going to pray for you. I'm going to wish the world is rid of you. All right? Because as I've always said, this country and this world needs an enema. Bottom line. And again, if my opinions offend you, good. They're meant to. Because only the ones offended, wait a minute, I may have said that wrong. The ones who are offended are the most guilty. So there. So the moral of the story is Tucker sucks. Candace is a deranged, psychotic, paid British PSY-OP whore with a faggot husband. Megyn Kelly is come on, really? You ever trusted her? Alex Jones is a freaking PSY-OP, has been since day one. It doesn't take, you don't have to deep dive. You see all these videos, we're going to deep dive into Alex Jones. He's been talking about this shit on terrestrial radio, ABC, CBS, NBC, terrestrial radio, or simulcasting via all these major companies for freaking almost 32 years. Okay. So if what he's saying is so controversial, do you hear me on WABC radio? Do you hear me on NBC, whatever? Do you hear me on 1010 Wins? They used to bash me on 1010 Wins and talk about me on these places. But do you hear this show coming to you? But this show is coming to you live on radio right now in Russia. Oh, in Saudi Arabia. Oh, I must be a freaking Muslim. Literally, the difference is mind-boggling. So if you're able to say these things that are deemed so controversial and never lose your spot, maybe you're the enemy. And maybe those of us who are in the underground world, we're not trying to break to the above ground. We're trying to give you something better, but it does require some freaking help and requires people to get off their ass a little bit because some of us have sacrificed for you and do so happily. I guess. Oh, sorry. I was talking to my trusted confidant, and MAGA Lions are in the back. They're backstage. I'm going to let them on in a minute. I'm sorry, guys. I suck. I was just like, you probably should have came on at 9 tonight because you would have prevented this whole tirade. So you guys are going to come on for like 40 minutes before Josh comes on. I'm sorry. So I love you all in the background. I see you. I promise you're going to get to you shortly. And Hollis just said it best. You know what? Since there's so many cheap assholes out there, if you want to help, you know what you could do? I have no idea. Are we featured on Rumble tonight? Oh, we're not featured on Rumble tonight. There you go. So this show will have like 200 views on Rumble, okay? Some people will be upset about that. I don't even care. I don't even care. Because people, they sit there and they get off over that, right? Yeah, literally. The numbers mean nothing. We're the ones that get least excited about numbers. Oh my God, who the fuck cares? But anyway, see, that's what I mean. Oh, but I should sit here and suck the Rumble dick. Rumble's so great. Rumble fucking sucks. It's run by a PayPal mafia bitch too, okay? They're all part of the same freaking crew. They're all freaking billionaires and multimillionaires. They don't really give a shit about you. If they did, they'd make it free for the users and not pay $40 to $50 million for some douchebag to come talk to you, or some gamer douche, Mr. Terrible or Mr. whatever, some fucking little pedophile looking motherfucker who wears a black wig and wears glasses and has a mustache and plays video games. This dude's got to be like a 50-year-old fucking pedophile, and you people show up to watch him on Rumble play video games. Dr. Doom, Disrespectful, Disrespect or something. $40 million a year Rumble's paying him, but they're for you. Oh yeah, they don't pay us either. We're up to like $60 in the Rumble queue of what's been earned. Yeah, you know, we have to pay them to stream on Rumble. Then we get revenue, but they take about 95% cut, you see. So we get nothing. Even when I have like 100,000 people watching on Rumble and everything else, we get like $3 an episode in revenue. But don't worry, they care about you. That's why they pay their weird pedophile looking guy to go play video games and everything else to be the difference. And they took him from YouTube because they want to be the un-YouTube, the non-YouTube. But yet they want to be YouTube because they want money. I'm a capitalist, God bless, but don't sit there and sell me you're the saviors of the world. They all suck is my point. So for you out there, the cheap masses, that's the thing. Doesn't matter people watching on social media. We have millions of people watching. If you can't donate, you know what you could do? You could share this shit. Share it on your fascist book. Share it in your little X account. Share it. What, babe? Oh, yeah, like and heart. Yeah. That, you know, like heart, whatever. You know, little thumbs up bullshit. Oh, subscribe. We'll get 50, 60, 70, 80, 100,000 people watching on Rumble, and we'll get like 3 follows, 15 likes. So you either all hated it, or again, you represent the do-nothing lobotomized masses. I don't know. Blows my mind. Well, how can I get involved? Do something. Maybe if 90% of you out there actually did do more than listen to other people, shit would move forward. And we wouldn't have a president fighting alone right now. Imagine that. And maybe some of our voices will be elevated to a higher level, not that we seek it, but because we fucking sacrifice for it. And those who have integrity and righteousness in their heart and are trying to do it for the right reasons, maybe they should warrant a little bit of your time, not even your money, because I know you will donate, but even if not your money, share the show. Would that kill you? Or your hands preoccupied with something else? You basement-dwelling fucks. So I hope I didn't offend anybody. Actually, yes, I do. This show is rated PG-13. Dad, I love you. I didn't curse. The cursing was deserved tonight. My father's actually cool. He gets it. I went on a tirade about religion last week, though, because, you know, again, I don't like them using religion against people to divide people, as they always have. But that whole thing, it's just insulting, you know, how they're trying to bleed everything into the political divide the PSY-OP is doing. They're doing it in a way to use crutches to divide people and pull them away from God, from each other, from everything else. And it's insulting. That's what it comes down to. And again, it's just too much. So I'm done. I have not even looked at the chat room yet. That's mean to me. I'm still not going to, because we have Charlene here. Hi, Charlene. We have the political ninja here, Jason, and I'm going to do this to be a dick. We have the leader of the crew, Joe. He looks very fine lamp tonight. He's very bright and vibrant. He's gotten really skinny, though. I mean, look at him. He's like the size of a lamppost. I mean, Joe, what have you done to yourself, my friend? But he's vibrant as shit. So I could have been nice and not put it. There he is. I could have been nice and not put Joe on screen, but I had to
get ice.
You had to get ice. I was just gonna say, you look so damn thin and vibrant. I mean, you're a perfect lampshade. I'm just saying.
Could you hit the applause button, please?
I don't know where that shit is. What do you think? I'm Hollis? I'm not that talented. Applause button where? Hang on, let me look. It's somewhere in here, right? Hang on. I don't even know where the hell it is. Wait. No. Joe took a bow for you all. So hi, everybody. Listen, Next time, come on earlier because they would prevent me from doing my long rant where basically I just told the majority of the audience how much they pretty much are cheap assholes. So, and like, we, oh my God, Alex Jones betrayed us. Oh my God, this one betrayed. Oh my God, you're that dumb. Fall for it every freaking time. So, ladies first, Charlene, hi. Go ahead. You start off tonight.
Howdy.
Please let me stop talking for the love of God.
So, what would you like to talk about? We can talk about Tuesday night's runoff if you want to.
Yes, please.
Yes. Brian Norris is actually taking my advice. I told him not to concede, and the runoff went terrible, and there was discrepancies in some of the voting. One county got a grand total. One county, 15 votes. We had several that had under 100. I mean, it was ridiculous what they were doing. Some polling precincts cut down early, like a couple hours. People went in there and they're wondering why they don't get to vote. One county had 11 precincts and they cut it down to 4 and they didn't tell anybody. So these people showed up and went home because they didn't get to vote. And so with all these discrepancies, Brian Norris has filed whatever it is, it's called the special name. He filed a brief so that they could do a complete recount. And so we're waiting to see the results on that. This may take a little time, but he's not conceding. And just to tell you just how bad this was, Kim Hammer got 50.6% of the vote, and Brian Harris got 49.4% of the vote. And the only thing that separated them was 940 votes. Then we had another race, and I just discovered this, and I don't know why the guy conceded. We had a race in District 52, and the Mr. Montgomery beat Kristen Thompson by 21 votes, and the grand total of the vote was about 2,500 people. So I don't know why they called that race. This guy shouldn't have conceded either. And there was a lot of things that went on Tuesday night that we're all questioning. And so Brian Norris decided he was going to take it upon himself, and with the encouragement of a lot of people not to concede. So that's where Arkansas's got problems in their election systems, and I'm sure that it ain't the only state. But the low voter turnout was ridiculous. There was, and that's another thing. According to the tally, 92,124 showed up, but only 80,814 actually went and voted. And we're trying to figure out where the other 11,000 went. And so that's part of this. That's going to be part of this recount. I was like, what is going on here? The only thing I can figure out is the Arkansas machine, the establishment machine, controlled all this, and they got what they wanted. Now, 3 weeks ago, when it was declared a runoff, Brian Norris was ahead, and then they did some sort of amazing text message smear campaign, and it was traced right back to Kim Hammer and Sarah Sanders. Yes, Governor Sanders. So this is going to get to be a bigger story before it's over with. And who wants to take it next?
I can take it next if you like.
Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, we have Indiana and we have Ohio coming up as two of the states for May the 5th. We have kind of a break for April until we get to the next primary, but definitely want to capitalize on Ohio, our state. We have endorsed Heather Hill running against Amy Acton for governor. Vivek Ramaswamy was caught busted using grassroots donor campaign donations that he got on a luxury resort in Puerto Rico, which he was not supposed to do. So right there, besides the other things, of course, that he showed who he was to us when he first got into Doge, that guy is losing to Amy Acton right now in the race, in the polls. He's not going to make it. Heather Hill is the clean genuine grassroots candidate that our team is supporting for this race. And one of our stars of Ohio is going to be Marcel Sturbish for Secretary of State. We have endorsed him as well to get rid of Frank LaRose. So he's going to be big on that one. Then we also have Indiana. A lot of people for state Senate, people for state House. Mainly for U.S.A, we have James Shanky for 1st District, Barb Regnitz for 1st District, and Craig Haggard for the 4th District. But there's one interesting thing about Congress in our quest to turf out this Republican establishment and have MAGA take over the Republican Party, which is absolutely essential, is I have advocated for quite a long time, and I'm going to be advocating for this as long as I draw a breath. If I could work my will, I would have the Congress and the Senate overhauled to the hourly wage system.
Yes.
That's what should have been done ages ago. No show, no work, no pay. Government shutdown, no pay. 3 weeks maximum of paid vacation per year instead of 30 weeks. And whatever that hourly wage would come to, just give you an example. These idiots are paid $174,000 base salary a year. Combine the members of Congress, the members of Senate, you got over 700 people. Just shave off $74,000 a year per head from that $174,000 a year salary. Put them on an hourly wage system, no more than $100,000 a year. You end up saving the taxpayers $51,800,000 a year. And that, folks, is not small potatoes.
That's, you know what I've always said, Joe? I've said this forever. You always hear about the national median income a year or whatever is 52,000 or it went up to 55,000 a year. You know,
that's mine.
Whatever. That's the national median or whatever they say. That's what the elected officials should make. That if they want it higher, do better. And that's exactly what they deserve. Because again, you have scumbags like Marjorie Taylor Greene that come in and, oh, she resigned because she's so no, she resigned right after she got her lifetime guarantee of her money for life, her free benefits for life, everything they get for life. Meanwhile, I'm a vet and I can't even get freaking health insurance right now. Okay. Or it's like, and believe me, you know, it's there, but it's not as easy as it should be, you know, but for elected officials, they get everything for life. Oh, you served 2 years. We're gonna give you $80,000 a year for the rest of your life. You served 4 years. We're gonna give you. It's disgusting, disgusting. And some of the worst culprits are the ones the Republican Party. And the Democrats, we know what they are. We know what they are. They, we can sit here. We don't have to regurgitate that. All right. But they're just duplicitous. They're scum. They don't care about us. They don't care about anything. But if they were held to account, now, of course, 99% of the people that become elected officials are already rich. So they're already bought and paid for. So that's the problem. They don't care. I mean, they want their money. They want their extra money and their extra money and their extra money because they feel like they're entitled to it, but they're already rich. But imagine regular people being held to the account. If, the national median income fell this year. Well, then you get less money. Or it's just hold them to the standards of everybody else. Because again, we, the people, should be making more than our elected officials who work 160 days a year, and we're their employers, yet they make more than you and I will ever see in our entire lives in 2 years, in 1 year. How fair is that? And again, that's very anti-democratic of you. Yes, because we live in a republic. So I applaud that beautifully. I do. I think that is spot on. Anything else you want to say about that, Joe?
Yes, if you reduce it to 50-some thousand a year on them, that would be $1 billion a year coming back to the taxpayers.
Yes.
And again, that's no small potatoes either.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine them being held, actually having standards, actually be held to real, it just, it enrages me.
Everybody complains about government waste. Hell, look at the freaking Congress. There's your government waste.
Yeah.
And there's so many roads that branch off of that government waste pot that Congress and Senate is.
Yep. And right now, as far as I'm concerned, we've learned a very valuable lesson that the only how many branches of government? The only one we actually need apparently is the executive, and a strong executive, because we have one man doing the job of at least 538 members of Congress. Then throw in the Senate, then throw in DOJ, then throw in, because he's doing it all himself still. He's showing the world that, you know what, really it takes one leader with balls to constantly fight the system. And again, well, that's what Democrats do. I feel like we have to air this every single week and repeat this every single week. Republicans control the House and the Senate and make up the majority in the Supreme Court. Yet President Trump fights alone and has nobody backing him truly to get anything done. And it's disgusting.
Yep.
Jason.
Can I say one thing about MTG?
Go ahead.
It was put on Facebook tonight that Nick Shirley, you know, the reporter that uncovered all the fraud, they have connected MTG with George Soros. He apparently gave her a bunch of kickbacks, and he's brought the receipts. I'm going to do some digging on that, because I think her district, they need to be reimbursed. And Jason, do you have anything that you need to update us on?
Yes, I just endorsed. It was late last night. I just endorsed to turf out Steve Cohen in Tennessee 9. We have an America First conservative. He can go on a page. He's a Trump supporter. Charlotte Bergman. She's a Trump supporter. She put out a video on public safety. She wants Memphis, Tennessee to be not 75% crime-free, 100% crime-free. We need to get her in. And we also have a good candidate for governor of Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn. She had been a vocal supporter of President Trump, and she was one of them that was working to make Memphis safe again. She was one of them, and she wants to make our community safe, and she wants mass deportations. She will deport them all. And there are some other ones that, and like Montana, I'll touch on Montana. With Montana, we've got Quincy Jacobson. I endorsed her on 24 because she was running undetected, okay? And I just seen it that Quincy Jacobson said she's for the Save America had to pass that. Then she also, Quincy Jacobson, she said last year she wants only American citizens to vote in Montana. And I seen somebody put out, why is Quincy Jacobson allowing non-citizens on the voter rolls? And then she's running for Congress. Really? Montana won? That race right there will define 2028. Because if we have a Democrat in that seat, if we have like Ryan Bussey ran for governor against Jim Forte, I'm not a fan of Jim Forte. Voted to get them in the primary. I voted for Tanner Smith in the primary because he does the American First Conservative, a true conservative, and he for Montana values, and he supports what Montana wants. Okay, he supports that. Okay, we've got two candidates that we've got Aaron Flitt, and he is a radio host for Montana Talks. He's a Trump supporter. And then we have Dr. Al Olszewski. He's a Trump supporter. And Montana Limited Government has endorsed him. Both of them would be good. Aaron Flitt might be the nominee because he has more name recognition. So that way is going to define everything for 2028. We know that Missoula and Boardman and Missoula cheat. We know that. I don't live in that district. Let's talk about Troy Downing for a minute. I'm not a fan of Troy Downing. I'm just not. There were some people in the legislature that could have ran against him and turfed him out. That being Neely Cole. And then we have some other one like Barry Usher. Could have ran and turfed him out. Ken Wagner, Rick Horton, some Elsie Arlington ran last time. And I'll touch on this biker on Ohio. Frank LaRose is running, I believe, for auditor. He's not running for Secretary of State. It's an open seat. So you have to change that. He's not running for that. I endorsed him and I found out who he was. Michelle Sturbridge is the type of person we need for Secretary of State if you're going to save your state. He wants fair election, paper ballots uncounted, no machine, same day voting, one day, one vote, way it should be. He wants all that. He wants voter ID in Ohio, the way it should be. And you've got an establishment figured that America First Inside endorsed. Shame on them for endorsing them. We need to get Mr. Sturbridge in there. I don't know if I really care for Vivek Ramaswamy, really, because he does nothing about the farmer. None. And then I found out a good candidate, and we're going to have to, and I'm thinking about endorsing him. David Collingberg, running for lieutenant governor of California. He is a farmer. He knows what hard work is. And I've actually seen that he owns some tractors. He knows what hard work is. And let me just touch on that that Congress shouldn't be paid during the shutdown. John Kennedy tried to get that to the floor, and John Thune didn't put it on the floor. Okay, that's how he is. Okay, John Kennedy wanted to do that, and he wanted to put that on the floor, but he didn't get to the floor. Rick Scott tried to do that last year, and let me touch on Alex Jones. Now, Alex Jones said that Trump not the same as last year. Bold. Yes, he is the same as last year. He's putting America first. He doesn't want non-citizens to vote. And another thing is, he wants to end birthright citizenship. Alex Jones is another Trumper. He used to be a Trump supporter. I know what happened to him. And MTG says, oh, we're going to lose the midterms. Bold. We need to win these midterms. Guess who will be speaker if we don't keep the House? It will be Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries came out today and said Pam Bondi would fire good witness. He wants Pete Hegseth to be next. Pete Hegseth is going to be next, Hakeem Jeffries. We have to keep the Senate. And I just heard and I'm going to talk about John Fredericks is on a bus tour. I don't know how many more days it's going to be going on, but he had the former Republican Party chair of Texas on, Matt, and then he had the Republican Party chair on, Abraham George. And there's some people that are not voting for Chip Roy in this primary, in the runoff, because of his anti-Trump stats in the past, because of Ken Paxton. And I had the heard with Steve Toth, he had him on the other day, John Frederick, and he said that Ken Paxton will win 65-35. And I think Ken Paxton is going to win this race. Okay? And Ken Paxton, as you have seen, I listened to the interview, as you have seen, Ken Paxton was on John Frederick yesterday, and he is the type of person I will never back off my endorsement on Ken Paxton. He said about the filibuster, if you don't get rid of the filibuster won't be good later. It won't be good. So you have to get rid of it. I didn't know that, but he said he went for $50 election 10 years ago. So we need to get him in. That primary is May 26th. I'm not for Chip Roy just because of that stats. He wanted Ken Paxton to resign in 2020, impeached, and gone. If it wasn't for him, Ken Paxton would have been. Ken Paxton would if it wasn't for Ken Paxton, Texas would have been blue and gone. That's how it was. And we got some other ones. With Indiana, we got all those Republicans that voted to not redistrict, and they shouldn't have any seats in Indiana that are Democrat. In Florida, I'm going to ask you all to call Ron DeSantis' office. We need every seat that's Democrat in Florida. There's 8 seats left that are Democrat. We need to get them all. Not one should be Democrat. Not one. Okay? And Corey Mills needs to go. He voted to protect Elon Omar. And then we found a good candidate. We'll see what he like when he gets in office. Setting for term limit, accountability, and all this. And let me get Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey votes no on everything. That primary is in May. I think it's May 19th. I'd have to look. But it's May 19th. That primary is in May. And we've got to get him out. And there's some Republicans that are saying, some Republicans want Thomas Massey, and you've seen it. Some Republicans want Thomas Massey to be Attorney General because he will go after everybody. No, Thomas Massey will go after President Trump and lock him up because he's a never Trumper. And everything that crime in D.C. would be undone because Thomas Massey is a never Trumper. Anything that President Trump wants done, he wouldn't get done because Thomas Massey's there. It needs to be, Lee Zeldin would be a good pick. Homie Dillon, no. Mike Lee needs to stay in the Senate where he's at. Eric Schmidt, no. We can't be losing any Senate seats. Mike Lee cannot be Attorney General. You already have a traitor, whatever his name is. Special Cox is a Trump supporter. He's going to report somebody like a Blake Moore, somebody like a somebody that's a never Trumper, uniparty wino, Democrat. That's where, and with Pam Bondi getting fired today, I want somebody that's good in there. And like with empty, so we've got, and then we've got, like with Montana, I'll get back to that. Montana has been endorsing candidates. The Montana Freedom Caucus has been endorsing candidates or incumbents for the legislature. And let me make a specific point on this.
Oh, bro.
Like Ohio and Arkansas don't have a Freedom Caucus. For the legislature doesn't have a Freedom Caucus in Ohio and Arkansas. That's where the problem is. That's why I look at the Freedom Caucus. They're the ones that are voting with us, okay? They're the ones that have been voting with us. Like, we've got on the list Neely Cole, Barry Usher, and we got Teresa Manzola. She has been nothing but an America First conservative warrior in the state Senate. Nothing but that. So, I don't know if she's going to run for Attorney General, but if she does, you'll have my endorsement and vote in 28. We've got other races. We've got that race that I haven't even endorsed them yet. We've got both Fretch running for Railroad Commissioner of Texas. We've got others in Texas. This is where the problem is. It's in the state house, in state senate, assembly, whatever it may be. And then we got Virginia in April 21st. You need to vote no. If it passes, Fairfax County in Virginia will control like 3 or 4 congressional seats. And then we may lose the House that way. And then Hakeem Jeffries will end up cheating and say, now, I actually heard that John Thune actually posts his TV ads in Texas. They're afraid that Ken Paxton is going to win this race. And he's going to win this race. John Cornyn is done. He hasn't done anything in the Senate. You talk about the House, okay? We're getting good ones in the House in every election cycle. They're getting good bills through the House. The problem we have is the Senate. We got people that have been in there for years. And a lot of them have been in there when George W. Bush was president. John Thune, running for 5th term. John Cornyn, joined the one for 5th term. John Cornyn, running for 5th term. Then you got people that have been in there for years. So, Ron Johnson, there is a rumor out there that I've seen it on Wikipedia, left wing. Ron Johnson might retire in 28. I believe this is the 3rd term. And there's only one man for the job that can keep that seat and win. That is Sheriff David Clark. He's the only one that can win and keep that seat. Okay? That there. And then we got in Florida. I've seen today, and I have wholeheartedly endorsed them. You may not agree with this endorsement, but I have endorsed Byron Donalds for the governor of Florida. We need to keep that seat. And there are others, like Corey Merritt needs to be gone. I've endorsed a genuine America First conservative and Catalina Lowe. She is a Trump supporter through and through. And I've just seen a poll today that Ashley Moody is leading in the polls. We need to get her reelected. And there are other ones. And there are more and more. That's why I say to call the governor's office. And Ron DeSantis has been a good governor. I'd never vote for him for president, or if he was a nominee, I would. But I won't vote for him for president. But he has been a good governor. Okay? Gretchen Forte, look about to Montana. Okay? Gretchen Forte just doesn't simply care about fair elections. Why hasn't Montana? And I know they're not in session now. They're in session next year. They're in session every other year. But Montana is, but with Montana, Gretchen Forte hasn't done anything to fix our elections here in Montana. Not one. He talked about, I've said it before, he talked about lowering taxes. That's his first thing that he wants to do when they're back in session. No, there are other, I support that, but there are other things to worry about. Banning Sharia law, getting rid of the machine, getting rid of open primary, getting rid of early voting. There are so many other things to worry about. Only American citizens vote Gene Forte. Why haven't you done that? I don't think he's really an American First conservative or a conservative at all. That's why I voted for Tanner Smith. And that's why I'm up in arms on why people don't care about Montana. If we lose this seat, I guarantee you that there could be a Democrat governor, attorney general, or secretary of state in 2028 in Montana. And we can't let that happen. We need help in Montana. That's why it's so important that we get more that are good. Like Mark Wicks running for he ran in 2024. Mark Wicks is running for the state senate, Montana 14. And he's a farmer. And we have that Zach Woods. He's in the state house, I believe, but he's running for the state senate. I believe he's running for the state senate or state house, I can't remember. But he's a farmer too. We need to get American First conservatives in office. MTG is a never Trumper. And he's trying to help the Democrats win. She talked about women. She talked about other women. She talked about this or that. And there's only two. I don't know if I really care for Clay Fuller, but then again, I like either Reagan Bach or Colton Moore. Either one would work, but like, I'll let you respond.
I wanted to say real quick, we're coming short on time because I talk too much. Sorry everybody, because I spent too much time I admonishing the cheapos out there. But and I'm never gonna say it again now because I'm done. I had to get it off my chest. But Ken Paxton, what will we do if he's no longer in the running? Because what if he became attorney general? I would do backflips.
Oh, somebody brought that up.
I would be the happiest.
Somebody actually brought that up.
I mean, I want Mike Davis. I want Judge Jeanine. But if I had Ken Paxton, he's going to be my number one always. Mike Davis would be number two. Judge Jeanine, she's tied for two. I love her too. But if Ken Paxton was tapped to become the attorney general, hey, I mean, I still want Cornyn gone, but I'd be a very, very, very happy person. I'm just saying. So go ahead. Let's go around the room. Charlene, go ahead. You go, and then we'll go back to the fearless one over there.
Well, I want to lead into something that Jason was talking about on Florida. We've got one new candidate. I don't know if you know much about Corey Mills, but I used to have high respect until I found this. In 2014, he married a Muslim. And the person that married them was a co-conspirator in the World Trade bombing. You can't make this stuff up.
I know.
And so we do have a candidate. Her name is Sarah Aldridge. And Corey Mills has got to go. And the reason why he's got to go is they tried to remove Omar from her committee meetings. And because they had some stuff on him, he caved and decided to keep her. So that's one reason why he has got to go. And we had some really good comments on that because they have realized what he is. I don't know if we can trust him, y'all, honestly. And one other thing, somebody popped in and said we sounded like a bunch of Democrats, which I find that very laughable. And
No,
just to correct that, I'm America First, MAGA, and I am a patriot. And there is no way on this planet would I ever vote for a Democrat. Okay, Joe, take it from there.
Just so you know, Aaron was referring to the Republicans acting like Democrats. So yeah, not you guys, but Aaron,
okay.
Yes, Aaron.
He said we sounded like a bunch of Democrats.
No. He's firmly on our side. Aaron is one of the few people in this world that I call like family. I love him to death.
Oh,
He's such
okay.
a great guy. No, he's right there with us, but he's dangerous and he has a hammer. And he's not afraid to use it. The man is a beast. So, and I want you all to meet Aaron. I'm telling you, Joe, at the very least, when they get here to Ohio this summer, because it's going to happen, God willing, and I'm praying for Aaron's surgery, and we're going to all have to get together because you'll love Aaron. Charlene and Jason, I don't know. You just got to find a way to Ohio. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I know he'll love it down here. I know you guys will love it down here. I got 3.25 acres of dirt bike trails. There's 15 bikes, and there's a poker table, a billiard table. I got the stereo system in the barn with the cassette tape with all these jelly pudding psychedelic songs. I think Hollis will definitely be interested. Hollis will definitely be interested in that. They were all the underground stuff that was not played on the radio, basically.
That's
cool. It'll be a great time one of these days in the summer. To wrap up this whole thing, yes, Corey Mills is scandalous. We got to get rid of him. As far as Ken Paxton goes, I'm hoping and praying that he will not be tapped for Attorney General for this reason. We need a MAGA hammer to break up that damn DC cartel in that Senate. And Ken Paxton is that hammer. Yeah. I want him to at least be able to serve one term in the Senate, break the damn DC cartel with that hammer, get that precedent set, and then we can look for him to get a higher seat up after that. That's what I'm hoping for, because we really do need to start breaking up that Senate, and Ken Paxton is the ideal guy to do it. And Chip Roy can suck on that.
That's right.
Basically, I think that about wraps it up. Jason did an excellent job on the summary as always, so good job, Jason. Charlene, thank you for taking care of that Arkansas situation. We had to blow that up because that election has definitely been stolen from our man, and it's got to be adjudicated. I would like to see one time in history where we can get a stolen election adjudicated. This has got to be the time. Brian Norris, thank God he's not conceding. I don't ever want him to concede until we can put the pressure on and get at least one stolen election adjudicated in this country. I'll end with that.
Amen. And now I'm going to throw it out there because, again, I have to be the guy because, remember, integrity is key. So after we get back from Pennsylvania, we're going to be back by next Friday, Thursday night, Friday. And we're going to leave on Saturday to go see the in-laws of my father. And after that, maybe the following week, can we launch your guys' show officially? I'm all in.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Because I know you guys were ready, so that was on me. So then we will get it going because we need more of it. And
one more thing.
Go ahead.
Aaron just popped in on the chat room. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that.
Yes, you guys have a fan club, so believe me. And Aaron appreciates the good people. He's just like the rest of us that hates all these fake frauds that pretends to be something they're not. Invokes God, invokes MAGA, and they're all just self-serving, hypocritical scumbags. So, typical. But there we go. So we're going to work towards it. We're going to make it happen. Have the show. Have it go. You got to have a whole section that's just a political ninja and just literally fade the black and go to Jason and just let him crush it for like 15 minutes because he will keep you up to date on everything happening everywhere, and that would be badass too. But as always, I love you. I'm sorry my rant went on so long, admonishing the stupid there, but I feel better. I feel lighter.
No apologies needed. I need some more clips for my next compilation video anyway.
You'll probably have some. I think I talked about like MAGA hemorrhoid cream being pushed by Glenn
Yes,
Beck.
that's a good one. I got to clip that.
And
we have there's several things.
We have to do some t-shirts too. HPBs, high pitched bitches. So high pitched bitch. You know, I tried to speak the voice before of what appeals to the masses. You know, I can talk like this. I'll tell you right now.
I can talk like this, like everybody else does, because we all talk like this. This is the voice we have. This is the voice of authority right now in MAGA movement. We are real MAGA. You're not real MAGA. President Trump is not real MAGA. I'm telling you right now, he's betrayed us. I have sources. I can't tell you who they are, but he's betrayed us. He's going to continue to betray us. So, you know, I want to thank you guys for coming, MAGA Alliance for Trump. And I'm not going to have you back on because I'm not making any money off you guys. So thank you so much for your, selfless service to your country. But we don't care about that shit here at POLITI-SHOCK because we're trying to sell out like a bunch of whores.
There you go.
Yeah, except you missed one thing. You made money off of me.
Yeah, I know. That's why. I love you, but it's talk about the 5 people. It's like, Joe, my dad, Aaron. I don't want your money. I love you. I'm not talking to you. The people in the chat room, I'm not talking to. Timbo, the good people. Again, the 5 people that donate out of the 8 million audience. So it's a perfect number. But if I sell you gold, I know you'll line right up. I'll tell you right now. Anyway, everybody.
I'm playing with my voice changer app, so I'm gonna do something in a chipmunk voice in that video too. Because thanks to Hollis setting the precedent, I got to do something with that.
Hollis set it up for like the chipmunk voice. Yes, remember who had to come and save her after the delay was over. So, my girl might be the greatest thing in the world, but I saved the day. That's the only thing I can figure out how to do.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Believe me. But everybody, I love you all. Thank you. I'm not even going to hold it against you that whole rant was really, it was Joe's fault because he decided to be a traitor and go to the Israeli Mossad operative show for an hour. And we don't want to say its name because it's running counter programming to POLITI-SHOCK because we're so cool. We don't change our clocks and our full throttle starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. So he's a traitor. He's a terrorist. An Israeli terrorist. And, unfortunately that Christ killer is going to be joining us here shortly. But so, don't worry. I'm going to give him hell, but we won't hold that against you. And I love you all. And I thank you all. Anybody that wants to hate me for my rant, remember, it's MAGA Alliance for Trump's fault because they decided to come on at 10 and not 9. So there you go. Can't be held responsible. Give me your money, please. Give me your money. And I love you guys. Have a happy holiday, and we'll be talking. All right. Thank you.
You too.
And take
Goodbye,
care.
guys.
Goodbye.
Take care, Dan. Bye.
Take care. And there they go, ladies and gentlemen. The MAGA Alliance for Trump becoming a weekly fixture here on the POLITI-SHOCK, because why not? And I mean it, Aaron. No. And I want to say thank you. I don't remember. I'm dumb and don't understand this, but Polar Plays 95, you rated our stream on Rumble a second time. And it turns out that that's a good thing. I think Aaron's the one who explained it to me. And I see Skull Spotter in there too. I don't really know what you're saying, but thank you. But thank you guys for showing up. It's cool you didn't have to. I mean, we're very different than gaming stuff, but I appreciate you for coming in and at least calling it interesting, if nothing else. So thank you for that. That's pretty damn cool. I would gladly raid your stream back, but I have no idea what the hell that even means or involves because I'm just not that bright. So kindly send me a message on the Rumble, if you would be so kind, and tell me how I can return the favor because you got to take care of those who actually show up for you. And that is the point. And as I said, I literally feel lighter now. I feel like I had to say what I needed to say, and I'm over it. But, you understand, for the reasonable people out there, you understand why I said what I said, and you understand where I'm going with it. And again, if I decide to put POLITI-SHOCK behind a paywall, it's like, hey, when you're not numbers obsessed and when you're not obsessed on the fake algorithm bullcrap, but pretend that you are like the anti this, but you're only caring about the numbers, it's easy to do because you want to take care of the ones that are worth it and, and get something for it because this stuff costs money and it's hard, but we continue to move forward because it's an important mission and it's worth the fight. Some of you may not be worth the fight, but it's worth the fight. So I might admonish you a couple times here and there, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm done now, and I feel good that I got it all off my chest. So as far as topical things go, we'll be getting that shortly. Josh is probably landing right now. Again, he's rocking the dreidel of love, and he'll show up here any moment for POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage. And, I can't wait to see what talking points BB gave him for this week. Now, the Rage of Aquarius was good. Rumble decided to feature us, so we had over it was like 60,000 people watch us on Rumble alone. And you people show up again. Even he and I would do more shows. So we would make it even daily, but we need to see something for it. Because you can't do everything for free. But in POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage, we'll talk about some topical stuff because it's what we do. So, it is what it is. Because I have things to say, and I do think Ken Pax would be the best damn attorney general ever, but Mike Davis would be my guy, or Judge Janine. I'd be happy with them. And it's funny that the doomsayers out there, all they wanted was Pam Bondi gone. But now that she's gone, oh, well, they have that radical scumbag, whatever face, the Democrat guy, Todd Blanchard, is acting. And Trump's betrayed us. He's got to get rid of him. Sure, Trump should get rid of him. As a matter of fact, Trump should get rid of the entire DOJ completely. So there's not like they're doing a whole hell of a lot, but he should get rid of them all. Let all the indictments go. Let it all go, because he needs to appeal to the walking nomadic trolls like Ivan Raiklin and those scumbags and the Flynns of the world and Alex Joneses of the world to make them happy. The president should just dissolve the entire Department of Justice to make them happy, because that would prove that you're not owned by Israel. How stupid. Like, literally, how dumb do you have to be? And the funny part is they know better, but they're just causing the dissent and casting little seeds of doubt and everything else. Todd Blanchard's a scumbag. He's a piece of crap, and he'll be gone inevitably. But he's acting because he's already there. So therefore, the already ongoing indictments and the ongoing cases in front of grand juries in Florida, well, if you have nobody from DOJ there, then it may not continue on. So Todd Blanchard equals scumbag. But again, President Trump should do the right thing. Listen to the Alex Jones and the walking tampon Ivan Raiklin and bitch-made queer General Flynn, and go and get rid of everybody just to appease Podcastistan. That would be the appropriate move. And the president doesn't know what he's doing. Obviously, the only ones that know what they're doing are the paid PSY-OP shill podcasters. They know better. So you're going to get a quick video, and then I'm going to come back with the POLITI-SHOCK Hour of Rage. Why are you getting a quick video? Because I might go pee. And there you go. So after that, you get Josh fresh from Tel Aviv, ready to rock it. He has his ultra patriotic jacket on tonight, which is very nice of him. He took off the Star of David for you, so he's ready to go. He's backstage. He's fired up, but you have to wait 2 minutes while I go pee.
Hold them accountable!
can say his name and he appears. I believe in Josh Bernstein. So welcome to POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage. He's there. He's pointing at you. He's doing his thing. And, I have the background. I just have the finagle in. So I didn't do it this time. Forgive me.
That's all right. No problem. That's okay. We're good.
I was singing Don't Send Mossad After Me. I was singing your praises before. Actually, no, I was bashing you and I was bashing MAGA Lions because I gave a rant that lasted about an hour and 15 minutes. And I blamed it on the obviously the Israeli operative that decides to counter program POLITI-SHOCK. So
That's right. That's me. That's
you.
Me and Bibi, right?
You and Bibi.
Absolutely.
So with that, how's my favorite Christ killer doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Let's start with that first and foremost. So a very happy Easter to everyone. Resurrection of Jesus Christ. Go for all of that. Appreciate all that from your conservative Jew. And to all the anti-Semites out there, all I can really say is Happy Pesach. That's how we say it in Yiddish. Happy Pesach, which is Happy Passover. And to that I say L'chaim as well.
Wow.
Now, before we get into this, Easter, of course, is Sunday. And, well, for me being a Jew, I don't have a problem working on that day, but I understand that it's Easter. So we're going to decide to do the Rage of Aquarius hour on Tuesday night, right?
Yes, because
Bibi gave me permission, so we're good.
It's good that he did because, again, celebrating the resurrection of Christ or the bunny that hid the eggs, around in the tomb. So it's important to do. And yes, we're going to be with family. So I concur.
All right, fair enough. How did we get chocolate bunnies and eggs? Is there I don't understand that whole thing. Is that something that Hanukkah Harry and Santa Claus made up together? And I don't get it. Well, it's strange.
It's a little strange. Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
But I thank the good Lord above for peeps. So,
yeah. And you know what every orthodontist in the entire world thanks? Peeps.
Listen.
Yep. Remember those things?
I love peeps. That's what I just said. I love peeps. Listen.
The pink ones are all right. The green, I don't like the yellow ones. Although they kind of all taste the same. All it is just pure sugar and marshmallow. Now, I love marshmallow.
Of course.
And I don't like all that sugar on it.
Listen, the Joya raspberry rings, jelly rings, and the chocolate marshmallow things. I like a lot of the Jewish chocolates and candies and stuff like that. But you can't say a yellow peep tastes different than a pink peep because
I think I'll have to concur on that. They kind of do taste the same. It's all that sugar on it. That's why I said every orthodontist and dentist loves peeps. They make so much money on it.
Instant death and rot, but it's beautiful. But now they do have Dr. Pepper flavored peeps, and I'm not ready to go there.
Ooh, that seems a little gross. That's almost as bad as like a Mountain Dew flavored one.
Yeah.
But you know what I used to love as a kid? You can't get anymore.
What?
You can't get candy apples anymore. You can get caramel in every flavor you can imagine, right? Oreo cookie, marshmallow, peanut butter. Try to find a red-shelled candy apple. And I think too many people have had too many lawsuits probably from losing teeth on those. That's my guess.
I don't know, but Hollis did get candied apples, or I don't know if they were candied or chocolate covered. I have no idea, but she got them at the Giant Eagle here in Ohio. So
okay.
I don't know the difference because I never wanted them. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Can't eat that stuff anymore. I can't anyway. Not at 51. That's too much sugar. I'll be going like this. I'm hyper enough as it is.
Listen, as we're on the food segment right here, we're trying to meet high-pitched bitch time. We're trying to the normies out there, so I'm going to speak with this voice and say that please listen to the Hour of Rage's food segment. Have you ever had a rainbow square? You're from Jersey. Have you had a rainbow square? The tricolor little chocolate cake things, the little squares with the raspberry jelly in between?
I don't need anything rainbow. I don't think I've seen anything rainbow at all.
A salute to faggotry. It's the square. It's the greatest.
I remember those circular lollipops, those big giant ass lollipops that you get at the fair. Remember those?
I do.
Those were badass. You couldn't finish one in about 7 years, but
Oh, wait a minute. So you ate a giant rainbow circular lollipop on a stick, but you're making fun of a rainbow.
yeah, and it was on a stick too. So
So you like the sticks. I'll tell
yeah, there you go. There you go.
I'll tell you. Whatever. So
I used to like ring dings and yodels and cupcake. I can't eat any of that shit anymore, man.
Yeah,
None of it. It's all bioengineered. You want to get into the health stuff? My goodness. I'll give one tip. Okay, you don't have to go full screen on this. The longer the ingredients is, the worse that thing is for you. The shorter the ingredients, the more healthy it is. There's your tip.
That's right. And if you're interested, my wife Hollis is a health coach, holistics.
Yeah. And if it says bioengineered on it, put it back.
Yeah,
that means that it was engineered with something other than what the food is.
Yes.
So you don't want to eat that either.
Dude, how priceless is it, right? That we actually have to tell the food manufacturers in America where they make all the food for the world healthy and they make the poison shit for us. And we have to tell them, make it healthy for us too now.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I mean, some of the most healthiest food is food outside the United States, which is crazy. Yeah, they don't have all the preservatives and additives and the red dyes and yellow dyes and this dyes and that dyes and seed oil. And remember, folks, if you're going to cook, you want to use avocado, olive oil, and what's the other one? I'm drawing a blank. I'm sure my wife will tell me. Avocado and coconut. How could I forget that one? Coconut.
Yes, and
yeah, that's it. You don't want kernel oil. You don't want palm oil. You don't want soybean oil. You don't want cottonseed oil. So, folks, you got to understand your body is your temple, and you got to know what you're putting in your body at all times. So, take it from someone who's 51 and thankfully not on any type of big pharma medications at all. Knock on wood. No blood pressure, no statins, no cholesterol, no nothing. And I want to keep it that way. And a lot of that is what you put in your body.
Yes.
So.
And I announced before I started admonishing the audience that, once we come back from Pennsylvania next week, we're actually going to start our health journey again. And
there you go.
I do fasting. I do fasting for long amounts of time, and it actually helps me because I have the Crohn's and the rheumatoid, but I'm taking nothing. I stopped taking everything because I hate pharma anyway, but I take nothing now, and I feel light years better. And when I fast, sometimes I go a little long, like 3 weeks of absolutely no food. But I'll tell you,
that's crazy. I couldn't do that.
The pain goes away, the swelling goes away, and I feel better than ever.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's what those seed oils do. They cause inflammation all over your body.
Yeah.
Stop taking them.
Yep. By evil.
Yeah. And if you are going to eat fast food, which I don't advise, but if you do, I mean, I do it every now and then. You want to get fast food that's cooked in what's known as beef tallow.
Beef tallow. Yeah.
That's the healthy stuff. If you can call fast food healthy.
Which one is doing that now?
There's a couple of them. The Buffalo Wild Wings, believe it or not, cooks their food in beef tallow. Shake Shack, I think, uses it as well. There's a list of them. You can find them. There's not a lot yet, but it's coming. Thanks to RFK Jr. It's coming. Yep. So,
and I want to make the announcement because Chef Josh and Dan are now out. Our next show will be coming to you live from the kitchen. And we're gonna do foofy cooking, and Josh is gonna eat a giant rainbow circular lollipop on a stick for you. I
don't think so, but
no, don't lie.
Don't eat those anymore.
No, I don't know.
Give me the lollipop. Give me the lollipop. Yeah.
Keep it away from them. We don't endorse that type of shit. I'll tell you right now. You're a traitor.
You ever seen that movie Fatso?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going way back here. Dom DeLuise, right? And you remember that scene where he calls the Chubby Checkers guys? And they're supposed to help him not want to eat all kinds of junk food. And they're sitting there talking, and he's like, "Did you ever suck the jelly out of a jelly donut and fill it back up with peanut butter?" And he's like, yeah. And he's like, "Let me have a little water. Let me warm water." Okay, and then a minute, put a little lemon in that warm water, and then the honey, Junior, put some honey. It's so funny. Then the next thing you know, they're just tearing apart the kitchen like madmen, and they're just cooking up shit, and they're spinning pizzas and everything else. That's an hysterical movie. That's a really funny movie.
Oldie but a goodie.
Yes.
So
nostalgia sometimes. You never know when it's gonna pop up on you.
You have no idea. We strike like ninjas.
Yeah.
So let's see. Now, what am I? I'm 2 hours and 11 minutes in, so now's a good time to talk about some of the headlines.
Yes. Let's go, before we go into, Pam and all that, let's take a couple of days back. Yeah. And speaking of putting things that are big into perspective, let's talk about Kristi Noem's freakazoid of a husband and these gigantic air balloons that he put underneath his shirt to look like these giant, quadruple-sized tits or whatever it was. And he's wearing hot pink tight pants. And you start thinking to yourself, this guy has literally been cucked by Kristi for so long. She's out there, banging, the entire administration probably, but certainly Corey, who, by the way, I interviewed in 2016. And all he seemed to me was a policy wonk. He didn't seem like anything else other than that. So anyway, she's riding the high horse with him for all that time. He's sitting there behind her while she's getting questioned. But now I start thinking, well, now we know why he didn't say anything. Because he's been doing all this crazy, weird trans, I don't know what the hell you want to call this stuff. I mean, this is some really disturbing things, my goodness. And there's no way that in 34 years of marriage, she didn't know about it. Get the fuck out of here. She knew about it.
Now, here's my dilemma, all right? Because, I comment on everything, and I give some hard criticisms because who the hell,
Why not?
And, obviously, I'm the happiest and luckiest man in the world, but Kristi Noem is not an unattractive woman. Okay,
right.
I think she's a beautiful woman, especially for her age too. What went wrong? I mean, he was probably always a late homosexual or something, but like
something.
What went drastically off the tracks there? That I'm gonna just put these watermelon fake breasts on, and I'm gonna.
I know, and think about this. Look, she's a pretty woman, like you said, and she was prettier even a few years ago. Yeah. But she has had a lot of plastic surgery. She may not admit it, but clearly she has had some work done. So you got to ask yourself, was she trying to look like one of these, imaginary dolls that no one can ever get to look like? One of these fake, weird dolls with these giant, tits on them or something? And that she was being forced to do that from him and it wasn't enough for him? I don't know. The whole thing is weird, but I will say this. Thank God she was caught. I know that sounds weird. Thank God she was caught by the prostitutes in the media. Because think about it. If she wasn't caught by media and instead she was caught by intelligence, CIA, something like that, or foreign, MI6 or China or North Korea or Iran or whatever, Venezuela, whatever it might have been, Cuba, whatever, blackmail city, the Russians, whoever it could have been. So we have to be thankful that it was just some, limeys in England that were the ones that broke the story with the Daily Mail. Because again, if this was something in intelligentsia, holy cow, the blackmail. I mean, it could have destroyed Trump, could have destroyed the administration. So be thankful that she was found out by the media and not anyone else.
And it makes you wonder, did Presidente get word of something weird going on and just say, you're out of here? Like,
he said, wow, that's a weird story. I'm sorry to hear that. It's sad for her. So I don't know. Who knows? I mean, obviously, we know he's lying. He's not, talking to anybody in Iran. That's clear. He's doing shadow diplomacy, right? So who knows if he knew? I don't know. That's a tough one. I can't really say on that one. He seemed kind of genuinely shocked, but I don't know. I mean, he's probably going, what did you just say, I mean,
Trump behind closed doors. So let me get this straight. So he puts on giant fake latex breasts and hot pants.
The biggest, the most beautiful breasts you've ever seen. No one's seen breasts like these, right?
You can picture him now. What the hell is wrong with these people?
Oh my God. He's like, get her out. Yeah. Get her away from, and I'll call it right now. I don't think she lasts till June. I think she'll be out. I think this was a straw that broke the giant camel's back or something.
Is now actually the position that she got is actually kind of a big deal. But I was telling Hollis earlier, I was trying to explain it. I'm like, it's kind of like who I always like, Kimberly Guilfoyle. She's a bit loud, but damn well, Ambassador to Greece was like, just go away.
Oh yeah, certainly, yeah. But the only thing he could have done is given her the ambassadorship to, northwestern Greenland or something, or Madagascar or something like that. You know what I mean? Tasmania or something.
Kristi Noem will be the newest ambassador to Venezuela.
Yeah,
coming
exactly.
Soon,
she can go shoot some kangaroos or something. I don't know.
dude.
But no, look, I like her. She look when during COVID, she was the best. Maybe DeSantis, but they're close 1 and 2. Like the best governor. Didn't shut anything down. Had everything wide open. Had a great job. You know, she did a great job as governor of South Dakota. So you know, she had her chops. Personally, I thought for sure he was going to pick Carrie Lake as DHS secretary. I mean, who would have been better than her, right? So I don't know. It's the whole thing is just weird, and I don't know. I don't know if I feel sad or bad for her because she was out banging some other guy. And like I said, they've got 3 or 4 kids. They've been married 34 years. You mean to tell me that you didn't know that your husband was, you know, dressing up, cross-dressing and putting giant air balloons in his chest and pretending he has these giant breasts? Come on. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
You know, it's a little disturbing. It's a little disturbing to say the very least. But I mean, hey,
I was born in '75, not 2025, so I don't buy it.
Yeah, I know. So wait a minute. So here's a question for you. This is completely off subject. So since you were born in '75, freaking dinosaur, and I was born in '83. Now, allegedly, according to where you look, I'm a millennial. I don't subscribe to that.
No, I'm more of a Reagan baby because, you know, they say whatever year you're born, add 10, and that year from 85 to 95 is basically when you quote unquote grew up, right? So from 85 to 95 is when I consider when I grew up. If you were born, would you say 83?
Yes.
So you grew up in 93 to 2003.
Oh God, dude, that's like when in GW. That's terrible.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and I had a tiny bit of Reagan, not much. So really, it's amazing that I'm conservative when I actually grew up with the Blue Klinsky, we'll call him.
Wow. Yeah. Wow, that's kind of frightening. Did you see the video for the Trump Presidential Library?
Oh my God, was that incredible? That thing is amazing. And look at the outhouse, the gay bathhouse that they built him in Chicago for bathhouse Barry. And you've got this giant monstrosity. I'm telling you, he's not done. If you think that thing is just going to be a library, you don't know Trump. Restaurants, golf courses, hotels, casinos, you watch, it's coming. Yes. But it was amazing, beautiful.
And people have picked up on the fact that it looks kind of like Freedom Tower. Oh, sorry, I forgot. That's offensive according to Barack Obama. World Trade One Center. That's because actually Trump had a design for the World Trade Centers. And actually, the original plan for the World Trade Centers when they came down was to rebuild them in the exact same way. That was actually the original plan. And the first plan floated was to build 4 of them identical as an FU to the terrorists. But of course, then we got the Freedom Tower 37 years later, and then we're not allowed to call it the Freedom Tower. But yes, it looks like the Freedom Tower done right. It's gorgeous. And just to have the Air Force One in there.
Inside it, I saw that.
Cool.
Dude, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
I made a joke with Hollis, and I said that, you know, and I again, Dick, I don't like him, but when he officially got the airport, my favorite airport in Florida, you know, PBI, renamed to, I think, is DJT, right? Yes.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, those are the call numbers.
Yeah, which I think is amazing because it's literally my favorite airport in all of Florida. And I said, watch, a federal judge will try to stop it. And they did. But luckily it was thrown out like almost immediately. So that's
again, they're trying to stop his ballroom. You mean to tell me a judge is going to try to stop a privately funded ballroom? Get the hell out of here. Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
You could rest easy because the White House put out a tweet about an hour ago saying the ballroom's good to go. So,
yeah, I call it judicial gnats, right? Yeah. They just fly around and they're a pain in the ass. Yes. But they all get swatted down, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, speaking of swatted, we got to talk about our black pill heroes of the world. So I think that Todd Blanche, whatever, he's a douche.
He's a mole.
Yes.
This guy's a mole.
But the better move will obviously be to listen to the retard right, as the gentleman said at CPAC. And what we should do is eliminate, which I normally wouldn't be opposed to, eliminate the entire DOJ now because Alex Jones and Ivan Raiklin and Michael Flynn call for it. So get rid of them all. So that way, everything going on in Florida with the grand jury. So let's get rid of it all to make the podcasters happy because they know what's best.
Yeah.
Obviously, Trump is going to leave the Democrat mole in charge. Don't you know? It must be.
Well, temporarily. And here's the reason why. And again, I don't like him. I remember when they were picking out the cabinet members, there was a picture of him with Caitlin Collins from the Communist News Network, who, by the way, I think is a dude. You ever seen the fucking Adam's apple on her? Anyway, I digress. So they were sitting there at a restaurant outside Mar-a-Lago, and they were having a conversation. And if you remember, everyone on social media is like, whoa, wait a minute. This guy's being considered for attorney general and other positions, and he's sitting down with Caitlin Collins. This is an issue. This is a problem. So from there, he's also the one that ousted Ed Martin. Ed Martin's a good guy. He was the weaponization czar. So I've called him a mole. He's an absolute mole. So thankfully, it's just temporary. You know, he's just in the interim position right now. But the reason I think he picked him is continuity. Because think about it. If you have to put in somebody else from the outside, now you're backtracking 60 to 90 days. You got to get discovery. You got to look at the evidence. You got to get caught up on everything and all the cases. This guy's been in the trenches with what's going on, so that's why he picked him, because of the continuity issue. But the retard right doesn't understand that.
No, so we have to like dumb it down and lower our IQ to explain it to them. That I'll tell you right now, further proof that he's been compromised. I'll tell you right now.
Well, he could be. I called him a mole. Clearly, I think he is.
Well, I know I agree with you, but you know, Alex Jones says Trump as proof that Trump is compromised.
No, Trump is not compromised.
Well, Alex Jones said it. Stop that.
Yeah.
So,
well,
Alex Jones, you know, he's a voice of authority. But it's so funny. Alex is now having a problem because he did his big media spectacle saying that Trump is no longer Trump, and you know we had to let him go. And then he got attacked by more people than he anticipated. Everybody's attacking him. So today he gave like this tear-filled rant about I still love him, but he's betrayed us. So he's already cracking under the pressure, which is beautiful.
Here's the thing: you can't take two positions, right? You can't. You either have to be for something or against something. You can't walk the tightrope. The minute you walk the tightrope, people go, you're full of shit. You're a liar. You're just, you're just looking for the money. You can't do that. So if he does something you don't like, then you call him out on it, but that doesn't mean you abandon him. You know what I mean? I think that's the difference. Like I was up in arms when he brought, the jihadist from New York's mayor office into the White House. I was like, what the hell? I was pissed. I let him have it. But that doesn't mean that I don't support him anymore. That's the difference.
Exactly. That's why, I said earlier, like, here's the difference between us. Like, I support the man. I wholeheartedly support the man, and I'm going to always support the man. And if anything, he showed us that you could eliminate all the branches of government and just leave a strong executive, because he's doing the job of everybody still. And I wish people would meet his level, or at least try to catch up. But at the same time, he's going to do things I don't agree with, and I'm still going to love and support him. I'm going to voice my opinion, but I will never turn on him, because the man has sacrificed for us when he didn't have to.
Exactly.
And he's exposing so much. And again, that brings me back to the duplicity and just the disingenuosity. Is that a word?
Disingenuousness, maybe?
Disingenuousness? Yeah,
I don't know. That sounds better.
Yeah, we create our disingenuous.
We'll create our own.
Fantastic.
We'll do our own ebonics. How's that?
I like that. Rage ebonics. It's good.
The rage ebonics.
But literally, that's why with Alex Jones, like I explained before, people say he sold out. But meanwhile, here's the man that said that he was being censored everywhere. Support him. He's a victim in 2017, 2019. He's being banned everywhere, as he was talking to you live at WABC Radio, NBC Radio, CBS Radio, all over the country, as he has been for 35 years. He says the things that people are afraid of, as he's saying it on national radio all across the country for over 35 years. Maybe there comes a time where people have to step back a minute and say, well, how did he get away with that?
Exactly.
Maybe because he was allowed to.
Because no one's called him out on
it. And dude, like PSY-OP much, so it's comical to me to hear these people do what they do, when in reality it's just, Trump, his whole reason that he's betrayed us, according to Alex Jones, is because of Iran. Literally the heart of the deep state, what they did decades ago to infest their power on the world, to take I don't want to say democratic, but take a free country, put it under the control of demonic, radical Muslim bullshit, completely and wholeheartedly allowed to happen by the CIA and many other intelligentsia agencies. Trump has cut the head off the snake of the globalists internationally. And to use Iran as your reasoning for turning on him, saying he's co-opted by the globalists, when he's literally the only one to ever do this, to strike the death blow to them,
Exactly.
Right there, it just shows you the falsity and how they have no moral compass, they have no integrity, and they're political whores. Bottom line.
Yeah, political horse. And look, I mean, his speech the other night was phenomenal. It was boom, right to the point. He said exactly what he needed to say. And the best part about it is he gave historical precedent. He said, all of my predecessors didn't do this. And then he starts going through all the different wars. And he's talking 20 years on this one, 17 years on this one, 10 years on this one, 8 years on this one, right? And he's going through how long they are. And he says, this will not be another one of those long-winded quagmire type of wars. And I think, by him doing that, the people that maybe don't like him or don't really care or pay attention, they might have been saying to themselves, oh yeah, I get it now. All these people had a chance to do this and none of them had the courage to do it. He does. And that's, a big deal.
His speech the other night was fantastic.
Absolutely.
And again, it bothered me. And it goes back to your point, and I know where it comes from because I'm right there with you. One of the first things I see was Dennis Michael Lynch. I'm not sure what I just watched. Like, dude, come on. Like, stop. These fair weather people, it's like, it's so annoying because, listen, I really do like DML again, but at the same time, you're never going to be president, dude. Just get over it, okay? You're like Wayne Allen Root.
Him and Don Lemon can run against each other.
Right? You get Wayne Allen Root, Don Lemon, and Dennis Michael Lynch. They all think that they're really, really... And I like Wayne Allen Root a lot more probably than all
I
of
do
them.
too. I'm good personal friends with him. I think he does a great job. He's very smart. We kind of think alike. I've been on his show a lot of times. And a lot of things that we've talked about together have ended up as Trump's policy. Numerous times. I mean, he takes a lot of credit for no tax on tips and things like that, which, is partly true. I mean, obviously it was a waitress and things like that. That was the first one that said something about it. But then after that, he was talking to President Trump. You ought to make that a policy. You ought to do this. You ought to do that. And I've had numerous conversations with him as far as the latest one, Greenland. I've been saying for the longest time on your show and a million shows, I said the same thing. We don't have to take anything. We already have the agreement from 1951. Just enact it. Well, what did they just say yesterday? That they're building 3 more bases in Greenland. And they're enacting the agreement that they had, which is, again, is something I told him months ago to tell the president. So maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. As long as the good ideas get out, that's all I care about.
And again, the way that President Trump, and to wrap that last part up, DML, love you, dude. You're never going to be president. Okay? But if you are, make Don Lemon and Mark Cuban, put them in your cabinet.
Your bitch.
Yeah.
Make him your bitch.
But nevertheless, what he has done to the UK, what he has done to France and essentially NATO as a whole that makes me almost more excited than what he's done to Iran and Venezuela and doing to Cuba, because he has outed them, exposed them. That's why Promethean Action, I love them. I want to get one of those ladies on this show because I think that they're great. But
I know who you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. They explained it so brilliantly that one of the biggest enemies in this world for freedom, for liberty, for everything has been the crown. And he has destroyed them. He has made them look as pathetic as we all know that they are. And believe me, a majority of the people in the UK, they know it too.
Yeah.
All right. So, and that's the thing. When I bash the UK, I'm not bashing the people, because the majority of those people, they want what we have and what we want. So they see it. But
I love what he said about the UK and France and everyone. Get your own oil. We don't need that oil in the Straits. That's your oil. That's what you need. You go ahead and take it, right? So I think he ought to pull out of NATO. I absolutely think he should. If nothing, for no other reason, just to do it temporarily, just to watch these, limey pricks just, squirm all over. Oh, please, we need your money. We need your money. And then use it as leverage. That's what he ought to do. But again, he ought to pull out of NATO, because you're right. NATO is not, pro-American, number one. And Europe has shown that they can't handle themselves. So why do we want to have an alliance with them anymore?
That's right. And then France doing what France does, and everybody forgets what France used to be called. Germany until their ass twice. And the UK.
Yeah, what did Patton say? I'd rather face a German army in front of me than a French army behind me, right?
That's right. That's the God's honest truth. And you know what? And again, the French people, not to be
again, it's like
we don't hate the French.
Yes.
No, we not.
No, well, they have their fags. Oh wait, that's
that's their fags.
That's sorry, they're smoking the fags.
They're smoking a lot of fags in there. A lot of fags are getting smoked in France, not just the cigarettes.
No, lots of fags. But literally, like, honestly, man, it's just like that's why tens of millions of people show up and they vote for Marie Le Pen in France because the people want the freedom. So Trump, again, I said this during his first term. I said it after he was out and had it stolen. And they asked Trump and they expected him to give an egotistical response. When the people all over the world, the farmers of the Netherlands and everywhere else in Australia, when the people were out there in the streets, what were they chanting? Trump. We want, and they asked him, how does that make you feel? There's fans of you. And Trump, and I loved it. This was Trump not turning it on for the media. This was Trump being the man that we all know and love. And he said, it's not me they're calling for. It's my name is synonymous with freedom and liberty for these people. That's what they're asking for.
Exactly.
And Trump said he turned it back on and goes, of course I could claim credit. I'm the world's president. But that's what they're referring to. And it's so true. But
the thing is like the world operates better when a strong American president is in the presidency because it does become the world's president. It becomes the father, the master, the teacher of the rest of the world, right? And look what's going on with Iran right now. We are literally bitch slapping these little kids, these little brats. You can't have that. You can't have that. You can't have that. Keep it up, and the spankings are going to get worse, right? That's basically what's been happening on a global scale.
Yes, and it's sheer brilliance, and I mean,
absolutely,
I can't hide my excitement. I'm telling you, it's like it's just so damn cool what's happening, and the Iranians are going crazy. They took out our largest bridge. Trump. He's like,
and we'll keep doing it. You know, that's the thing. He drops something on truth, and you think he's saying something, but then he's like, we'll hit him harder. We'll hit him harder than again. But we're talking to. He's not talking to anybody.
There's nobody left to talk to.
There's no one. Yeah, exactly. A pile of sand with glasses and a turban. You're not getting much out of that.
And President Trump, we get it. We're not bashing you. We love what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's the rest of the world that thinks they know you, they don't. They can't figure it out.
We understand this man. We have had the opportunity to watch him up close and personal all these times, and we have dissected his moves. We know what he's thinking. We know what he's going to do, and he's unpredictable to people that don't respect him. But to people that respect and revere him, he's not unpredictable. He's very predictable.
Absolutely. And again, that's why I keep saying it. He literally told you how he is and how he operates in The Art of Deal in the mid-'80s. All right? He didn't hide it. He gave you the playbook. All right? And nobody takes the time to actually pay attention to learn it. The man is a genius. So I love what's happening. I think it's fantastic. And I just like seeing the world respond. Because, who was it? The Saudi prince said? Or was it in Qatar? I don't remember which one said it. But you're the president of the world. You're the king of the world.
Yeah, well, someone, I think, was it Mark Root from NATO called him daddy, or somebody called him daddy. I forget who it was.
And then I think it was a Mideast visit. They said that you're the president of the world.
Yeah.
And I thought that was so telling and respectful because it's true. It
is true.
It is. Yeah. He's showing what strength is. In the face of the BS adversity and everything else, he doesn't care. So that leads me to our friend Pam Bondi, which I get a little throw up in my mouth there talking about a headline, but I feel as if we have to. So, we're going to be like everybody else for a moment. Hashtag Tulsi's next. Oh, wait a minute. What's that that just came out? That Trump supports Tulsi 100%?
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, she's next. I'm telling you, it's true. Ugh. I mean,
she's done a great job. Let's face it.
I want her to
fantastic.
I think she's great. All right, the Joe Kent thing, Joe Kent is a bitch. But other than that, it's like I think Tulsi is fantastic, and apparently so does the president. So, Laura, I love you, but I think you're wrong on this one. And other people, the man said it, and I don't even think he's playing you this time. Okay.
Yeah.
Trump's called out Bondi before via Truth Social. He's called.
A couple of months ago, he's like, "Where's the arrest?" Do you remember that? A couple of months ago. And he's like, come on, let's go. Get it together. And, thank you for your attention to this matter. You would have thought that would have lit the flame under her ass, but apparently it didn't.
And
so,
again,
I don't know.
Somebody who's been a friend of his for 30 years.
Yeah. This is someone that's been a friend for like 30, 35 years. And by the way, she was a phenomenal prosecutor in Florida. She put drug cartels in jail. She had long sentences for murderers. I mean, she did a great job. Yeah. So for her to lay an egg as the attorney general was kind of shocking and surprising. And, look, I'll say this right now, and I've said it before. I said it a long time ago. I think that Mike Davis from the Article 3 project is somebody that they should seriously look at as a permanent replacement for the attorney general. He's MAGA all the way. He knows everything. He's vicious. He'll put these people in jail and handcuffs immediately. He knows everything that's going on. He used to be a clerk for one of the Supreme Court justices. I forget which one. I think it was Thomas or Alito, one of those two. It might have been Gorsuch now that I think about it. I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he's solid. I mean, he is a solid attorney. And I think he would do a great job because I think he would take it to the level that we are expecting it to be taken to. So,
I had to clear my throat there. I totally agree, and I think that Mike Davis is what. Again, listen. There's other names on the list. Like I'd love to see a Judge Jeanine. I think she.
Why didn't she at least be the interim Judge Jeanine?
I know. But again, I do get it. I think she would have been a much better one, more easily digestible. But then we would
absolutely.
He's owned by BB2 or something. They would have came up with something no matter what. But Judge Jeanine would be great, And,
wait, what was that, BB? The Jew? Zeldin? Zeldin? Really? The Jew Zeldin?
Oh, Jew. Oh, God. Here we go. I need to get Wait a minute.
He's interesting. He's an interesting one that they've been talking about.
Yes.
Obviously, his attorney kicked ass at the EPA, right? I mean, he did great work there. But I was looking at his record. He's pretty conservative. I mean, he voted against the Marriage Equality Act, which was bullshit. He voted against tax hikes when he was in the Senate in New York. And, he had a pretty decent record when he was in the House. So, and he did a great job as EPA. He's an interesting, weird kind of choice because obviously the anti-Semites, oh, look, another Jew, another Israel-loving Jew is put in the position. He's compromised, all this bullshit. Yeah. But I definitely think there's other better talent. So.
Yeah, no, and I agree. So I'm with you. Mike Davis is number one. I mean, now if Ken Paxton was tapped to.
Ken Paxton would be amazing too.
I mean, that would have a pit fight there. I mean, who would it be? Ken Paxton or Mike Davis? I'd be happy. We win either way.
That's a tough one because Paxton has been kicking ass and taking names. I mean, he's the one that at least brought the Pennsylvania. What was it again? Pennsylvania versus Texas? Pennsylvania versus Texas. He's the one that brought the 22 states during the 2020 election when they stole it. So he's shown that he has the testicular fortitude as well.
And what he did, now you look at precedent, he showed that if you really wanted somebody with enough balls to do what needs to be done, he laid the groundwork, and this is something I said. I've called for it before, and not the Convention of States because they're compromised and they're Soros money. I learned the hard way too. But if anybody can get a constitutional convention actually up and going, Ken Paxton laid the groundwork.
Yeah,
and that's why and most of the normies out there will not even understand that.
Right,
understand the requirements for a constitutional convention, and we can't do that because then I know, but
you need is it 37? I think out of 50 states have to sign on to the Convention of States, basically saying, I think it's 37 and we have 34. Is that right? Or 33? We have 34. So we're 3 states away from actually being able to call one. But the problem with that is you're opening up Pandora's box.
Of course you are.
Because not just the conservatives and MAGA and America First are allowed to put in their ideas. Now you have the trans testicles, the wokeologies, the communists. They can also do their own thing too and say, well, then we want to change this and we want to get rid of guns. And you know what I mean? So you're really opening up Pandora's box.
Yeah, and I don't knock that at all. I think you're 100% right. So it's a crapshoot. Would it be better than what we have now? I mean, they're not exactly showing us wins.
It's hard to say. I mean, if God forbid the left took over 2028 or whatever, and they were going full-blown commie, we would have to do it at that point.
Then
we'd have to.
Then it's a rightful cause. But what I was getting at is Paxton showed that if anybody could get something like this mobilized, he's the one.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard other names floated. Of course, Sidney Powell's name is being thrown out there. Listen, I like Sidney Powell. I think she got a raw deal, but I also think a little bit of grandstanding. But I don't hate her. I don't dislike her because I think a lot of what she did say was being proven correct now, of course. So, but
Rudy Giuliani.
I mean, listen. If call me partial, call me biased. If Rudy was tapped, I'd want him to be my number one because I love that man. I respect that man. And again, he's part of that very small list.
John Eastman.
Yes, I mean
John Eastman's another good one.
Hell,
Hell, even Peter Tickton, even his best friend since he was 12 years old, he went to the military academy with.
Yep.
You know, talk about people you trust, right?
I like him a lot. DeSantis, no.
I don't think he's a lawyer, is he? I don't think this. Is he?
He was a
I don't know.
So he
was he a jet? Yeah, so then he had to be. Yeah.
But no DeSantis, please, people. Don't worry, the Dilly Meme team is reminding you why never DeSantis. But it's interesting with the names brought up. But I mean, this is the game of politics. But I do think that his choice is going to be happen quick. It's going to be like the DHS thing. It's going to happen quickly. You know?
I don't know if it will, and the reason I say that is because as interim, he's allowed a certain amount of time to have someone in a position. I believe it's is it 7 months, 210 days, whichever one comes first.
Oh, okay.
Based on the 1998 what do they call that? No vacancy rule or whatever it's called. So you're allowed to appoint. You could appoint Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck for a certain amount of time without being confirmed by the Senate, and then eventually you have to have someone be confirmed by the Senate. So that's why I was saying when Matt Gaetz was pulling out, I was like, what are you doing? You could have stayed for 7 months and then we could have dealt with the issue down the line with somebody else, right? At another point. But regardless, I think he might ride with this guy for a while, mainly because he's allowed to and he can. So I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens.
It's interesting. I'm going to go the opposite here. Let's go on Poly Market and place bets.
Yeah. Kalshi.
Yeah.
I don't know who that Indian is, but man, he was smart and he's making a ton of money. And anytime I see anything about him, I just turn it off.
Dude, right?
Although he was right with the 2024 election, so I got to give him credit.
But again, people like going off of Poly Market's like, wow, so they showed you the politics is rigged and like, oh my God, whatever.
Yeah.
It's just priceless. I mean, good for him for capitalizing off it. Again, the capitalist in me, hey.
Capitalism, baby.
It's kind of fucked up. But where do you think Bondi lands next? Do you think it's really private sector or something in the administration still?
I don't know. I mean, he basically said that she's going to be in the private sector, but that means to me that she has a job lined up with a major DC law firm, is my guess, and she's going to try to make partner. And maybe if she makes partner, then she's going to come back in some capacity. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. All I know is they're very close. I don't believe, at least at this point, she's going to be writing tell-all books and everything else. Trust me, anyone that leaves the administration, they're going to immediately be hounded by these book writers and these leftist scumbags to, give us the dirt, give it all. And hopefully you're not going to get nearly as much as that as you did in the first term.
Yeah, and I don't think Pam will do that at all. Because
I hope not.
I really don't see it. Like, I remember being so pissed with that Omarosa. I mean, first off, Omarosa. But, that was...
Oh, I know.
God, man. I mean, but he was loyal. He takes care of those, And she sounded great in the campaign season. Then, oh, my God, man. Ugh.
Yeah. The thing is with Trump, and you got to understand, it's The Apprentice, right? I mean, he was in the boardroom. If you messed up, he fired you. Well, he watches everything. He watches all these confirmation hearings. He watches everything. And if he thinks that you screwed up in that, you're out. It's as simple as that. He's not afraid to fire anyone, and that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing.
I love that one clip for The Apprentice where the one guy went up there and said that he was on the winning team and he just said something, and Donald Trump... It's like, what was that? He goes, I'm obviously not marketable because look at me and whatever. And everybody laughed. And Trump said, why would you say that? And he fired him just for having that attitude. He's like, that's so stupid. He goes, you're weak. He goes, you're never going to be effective. You're pathetic. Fired, go. I love that.
Exactly. It was a good show.
It was so
great show.
And then, I look at it. I saw an interview earlier with Mark Meadows. And he was on, I don't know, it was Benny or whatever one. But they asked him about how Trump operates. And he goes, well, I would get a phone call at 3:10 in the morning. And the president would ask me, I want you to work on this. And he's like, I just woke up. And he's like, okay, Mr. President. He goes, then I'm going to get a follow-up call at 6:40 saying, have you done it yet? Like,
wow.
That's how he is, you know?
Yeah.
He's up. He wants.
He probably does a lot of micromanaging. There's no doubt about it.
Yes.
But
and you know what? Good. I think it's fantastic. And also, Secretary of War Hegseth firing.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. My question is, why were they still there to begin with? Why weren't they fired on day one? That would be my first question. But he also said that he got rid of gun-free zones on all the military bases, and people that are off duty can still carry. I'm telling you, that kid was born for that position.
Yes.
He really was.
That dude's got a future like you wouldn't believe, man, because he is straight fire. And I wonder,
Secretary of State for J.D. Vance.
He'd be fantastic. Honestly, you know, and I honestly think that he didn't eliminate that right up front. I think that a lot of what they do is they're trying to out other things, and they're trying to, there's something more going on in it, because you see right now there's a realignment going, and I think it's not done.
Yeah.
No, I think Tulsi's fine. Sorry, I hate to break it to the haters out there, but I think there's going to be more people that are going to be let go, and more things shifting, because Trump is moving into, he's in war footing now. And we're not talking about Iran. We're talking about gearing up to what have we talked about. I'm telling you, by July 4th, you're going to see some major shit happening in this country in a good way. And I'm telling you, it's being aligned right now. It's been aligned. It's been work in progress, but we're heading full steam ahead into something big. That's just my opinion.
I agree. And like I said, I mean, July 4th is just around the corner, folks, too.
Yep.
I mean, before we blink, it's going to be here already. And you got a lot of patriotism that's coming, right? A lot of different events that are happening. So like I said on last week's show, I'm not giving up on the midterms yet. I mean, in politics, you know, a week is a month is a year, and a year is a decade. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very short amount of time. Things can change pretty drastically. And people's opinions can change drastically, 180, very fast as well. So I would just hold on, enjoy your high gas prices, and wait it out.
Yes. You know, and I think nothing but good things are ahead. And that brings me to another one, which I think is great. Like, I'm not going to lie, I felt like a kid again. My father remembered this. I was part of Young Astronauts. And I used to watch all the shuttles launch and everything else. Well, I was watching yesterday when Artemis 2 went up. And I thought it was great. But I love the interview with the black astronaut saying, how do you feel being the first African-American or whatever to in space or whatever it was, or what, I forgot what the thing is. And he said, when can we move past this? He goes, it's not a great day for Black history, it's a great day for history, for American history. I'm like, yes, like Trump's even cured NASA. So it's a beautiful thing.
Look at how bad it suffered under, bathroom, Barack Obama over there.
Yeah.
I mean, no launches. I mean, he took down the program, for goodness sake.
Yep.
And then, of course, the auto pen, they didn't do much, right? Nope. And then President Trump gets elected, and what do you get? Courtesy? Boom. Space Force. Next thing you know, we're going to the moon. So we've got to continue to do that. Space Force was an extremely smart and integral piece of national security, and that's the vision of this man. He can see problems before they get to become big, big issues.
Yes.
And he knows how to kind of zap them already. And Space Force is certainly one of them. And here's another one. I just talked about this. The 1951 agreement with Greenland. Well, I've been saying all along, he doesn't have to take anything, right? We already have this agreement. Well, guess what? They just announced that they're building 3 more bases in Greenland, and Denmark is helping to do it as well.
Yes.
So there it is.
Denmark are good little bitches,
Yeah.
And
she tried to act tough, the Fredrickson or whatever her name. Yeah, she got her ass kicked in the election. She's barely hanging on to her prime minister position,
which is a beautiful thing to see.
Yep.
And then and also people, of course, saying of course, you have your fellow travelers out there saying that we're not really in space right now. It's all in a Hollywood studio.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah. Are they going to fake this moon landing too? Right. Exactly. I know.
It's all fake. I was scared though. It was storming the other night. I was driving. I almost drove right off the flat Earth. I was a little scared. I ran into some ice wall and everything was great. And the Brontosaurus told me to turn around.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
You know, it was
Bigfoot.
good.
Bigfoot was waving you the other direction.
Well, actually, it was Amelia Earhart. She just like popped.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
She just
you
popped up.
here.
That was
Yeah,
it, huh?
They were all at a Tupac concert. But
Perfect.
anyway, so, but like the thing was.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, well, I can't do it. Thank you very much. I'm Elvis Jones.
Elvis Jones. I'll drink to that. Elvis Jones. I like it.
Jones. Right now, raw pure Americana.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Don't step on my blue suede shoes.
My blue pills. I mean, my blue.
Don't step on my blue pills.
Don't step on my blue dick pills.
My blue dick pills. I was never gonna see. But
oh man,
they literally said, you know, what's the point of going around the moon and they're like looking for a place to park? Like that's exactly what they're doing. Like Trump's not gonna wait.
It's reconnaissance, you idiots.
Yeah.
They're looking at everything. They're checking it out. They're making sure. Oh, okay. And then next time we go up, we're gonna land on it.
We'll go in here and we start building and we get ready for Mars. Why?
And you know what we should do? We ought to build these smart cities on the moon and put every liberal dipshit way up there.
Yeah.
You want to get away from us? We want to get away from you. You go to the moon. We'll stay here. How's that?
Right. I think that's a great idea. And we'll
Exactly.
spend our time between Mars as well. But the libtards, they can stay on the moon.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, I think it's a fantastical idea, personally.
We'll send them to Uranus. That's all.
Uranus. I hear people say Uranus. What is
No,
that?
I don't know. I think it is Uranus, but I've always said Uranus.
It's Uranus.
Yeah.
Literally,
We are ruled by Uranus. You know that, right?
Yeah,
That's
I know.
our moon.
That's our thing. That's our
That's our
planet,
thing.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, us Aquarians, we're ruled by Uranus.
Yeah, rainbow lollipops and Uranus. What are you gonna do? It sounds like a fucking party.
Rainbow squares and Uranus. You know, so
And throw in some peeps there too.
We gotta have the peeps, bro. We gotta have the peeps. Listen, it's essential, okay? It's healthy eating. But
yeah, sure.
But no, I hear like this woke crap, like these videos. Well, looking at the planets in Uranus, I'm like, what? They change that too? It's Uranus.
Exactly. It's not my anus, it's your anus. Exactly.
That's right.
That's right.
I'm done with this woke speech. Not just like you tried to do with freaking Venus, all right? Was it Venus or Pluto? It's not a planet anymore.
I don't even know.
Oh, it's a planet again. No, stop that.
Pluto was a dog in Disney, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think. Yeah.
You watched Disney?
When I was a kid, yeah.
You support
Mickey Mouse. Sure I did.
Support pedophiles.
Yeah.
How dare you? You know what?
He was a pedophile. That guy was a pedophile. If you watch the old ones from like 1950, 1960, there's literally phalluses and dicks and shit like sticking up, and he was a sick bastard. He was absolutely. And then I've seen before the Walt Disney, like in scripture, if you look at the way he writes Walt Disney, there's 666 in it. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff. I'm telling you.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's all like weird code BS, you know? Well, remember, Walt Disney, wasn't he one of the signatories of the, what the hell was it called? The, oh God, the things that came down. They said it was an act of God. Why can't I think of it? The stones with the idea for the ideal world. The Georgia Guidestones.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Somebody from the Disney family was signed off on there as a signatory as well. And I like how people act like it was an act of God that they fell down. No, they took them down because they've had them up for the last how many decades, telling you exactly what they're going to do. The ideal world population is 47 million people. Oh, that sounds great. How do you get there? By killing over 9 billion. Like it was to sickness, you know, but one of the Disney people was associated with that. And obviously Ted Turner, Hanoi Jane, and all these disgusting individuals. So yeah, interesting.
I know. And it's so weird. The people that make money in Hollywood based off of children and children's shows are the biggest predators.
Yes.
It's so sick.
It is sick. And remember, the only good pedophile is a dead pedophile.
Dead one. Exactly.
You know? And he showed me videos. There was some video on X the other day of a pedophile getting beat to death in a cell and how heinous this is. Like, I just wish you could have seen the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I know.
Put it on TV. You'll make a pay-per-view.
Exactly. Put it on pay-per-view. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Raise some money. Kill them
That'd be
all.
a great Super Bowl halftime show.
Telling me, better than the freaking Super Bowl. Screw that shit. Who wants to see that fucking crap? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
No, dude, I'm telling you. But anyway, a Uranus is an Italian suppository. MAGA Dirtbiker says, who betrayed me earlier. But we won't talk about that. A Uranus is an Italian suppository.
Okay. I don't know how he knows that, or I guess maybe looked it up or something. We hope he just looked it up.
Well, if they ever change the color of Alex Jones' dick pills, that will finish him in broadcasting. Joe's thinking about Alex Jones schlong pills and Uranus, everybody. And
Oh boy.
So there you go. Look what we've inspired here on the Rage. Oh wait, sorry, the Hour of Rage.
The Hour of Rage.
Sorry,
That's all right.
Sorry. So, thank you to Rumble for featuring us on Sunday.
Yeah, hopefully they'll do it again so we can, get some numbers again. That was good.
Crapshoot, for the millions that watch.
Yeah.
But then we gotta have those social media numbers to be like, look, we're serious people. Whatever, sick bastards. But dude, I would ask you for more topics. We're 56 minutes into our little segment here, and this is weird.
What else? Birthright citizenship.
Yes. Are they gonna end it?
I hope so.
Me too.
I truly do. Because again, it's going to boil down to one phrase: subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Yeah.
And however they decide to interpret that is how it will go. Because remember, they bastardized it. It was always meant for the children of slaves, right? Then they bastardized it to be just wet foot, dry foot. Anyone that has a baby here, can be a citizen. We're the only stupid, suicidal country on earth that I know of that allows that to happen. Yeah. You've got the CCP with their birth tourism. They basically come here, they grab some white girl, they pay her a ton of money, they have sex with her, or they surrogate her, whatever it is. She has a kid. Then they take the kid back to China. He's an American citizen. He goes back to China. He gets indoctrinated for 18 years, and then they send him back here as a spy and to vote in our elections and destroy our country. How the hell can we allow that to continue to happen? So I really, truly hope that they do the right thing here. I don't know. I think the wild cards are going to be, Barrett and Roberts. I think you've got solid with Alito, Thomas, Gorsuch, and probably Kavanaugh. And then, of course, the Janet Jackson and the other idiots are going to say no. And then it's the two in the middle. So it's going to be 5-4 one way or the other, but hopefully they do the right thing.
God, I hope so, because that would, you want to talk about something just as impactful as the SAVE Act, dude, that's massive.
Yeah.
And we need it. Also, somebody really needs to look at the repatriation of money. I mean, the money from these dual citizenships, especially in our government. And
absolutely.
Dude, there's billions and billions, if not more, that is... Well,
here's the thing. If they do the right thing, which hopefully they will, they're going to have a set date. And so that means January 1st of 2027 is when it would probably take effect. Yeah. And the decision's going to come down in the end of June. I can guarantee you that, because that's what they all do. Any controversial decision is handed down at the end of June. But they may even do a hybrid of it. And if they do a hybrid of it, at least ban birth tourism. And not allow. Maybe they'll put like an amount of time where if someone's born here in America, they're not automatically a citizen. Maybe it takes a year or something like that before they would quote unquote qualify to be a citizen. So hopefully the court, if they're not going to do the exact right thing, which I want them to do, which is of course to just get rid of it altogether, maybe there'll be a hybrid instead of just a complete denial. So I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll find out soon enough.
A hybrid is better than nothing, but no, we want it all. So, and
we need it all.
We definitely need it all, and that would be another way to give it a proper enema to this country and really start to bleed out the trash. And that's exactly what we need. And I still wonder. I still say it. I pose this question. Constitutional crisis, a real one. I mean, as we get closer and closer, and they have fished. What's going to happen, man? I pose this. I put it out there to the ethos. What's going to happen when they officially find a way and they rule that we all know that 2020 was a rigged and stolen election? What happens then? So Kentanji, enjoy your time. I mean, what happens then? Because
I honestly, if I was to say what I would want to happen is every single person that quote unquote was selected during those times between 2020 and 2024 were completely null and void, nullification of all of them. Any bill that was put onto the books is completely nullified. Every single cabinet member is completely nullified. But who is then going to prison? Because that's what has to happen. We need people to be perp walked and be put in prison as not just as punishment, but also as a deterrent for them to ever do this again. And one way that we can assure that it will never happen again is pass the fucking SAVE Act already. Okay? That's it. Right then and there.
Totally agree. So, there's big things coming, but our Senate, luckily, they're fighting for you while on vacation. So, hey, they deserve it. They work 165 days a year. They're a hardcore warriors.
Talk about bimbofication, right?
Oh, yeah.
Idiots. All of them.
I despise them. I loathe them all. They just disgust me to no end. But, it is what it is, dude. I mean, we're at this point, we're just repeating ourselves over and over again, but I can't let it go because I hate these people with a passion. But anyway.
Amen to that.
So all I got to say is, boom.
Boom. There it is.
Buy the book. And remember, look at this show description. You could literally, I made it simple for you out there, the millions of people who watch. All you got to do is hit the link and you go buy it right there. Boom, poof. You want to join a Substack? Hit the link. You go right there. Poof. You can buy it. Imagine that. We make it really simple. Don't you dare look at our links and donate. I know you won't. Don't worry. Everybody else, though, it's very simple. I went and put in the extra effort. All you got to do is click, purchase, done.
There you go. That's it. It's nice and simple. And you will get jaw-dropping information. I guarantee you. You'll need a yellow highlighter if you read that book. Because you're going to be like, what the hell? This can't be real. This can't be true. And all of it is true. I even go through COVID, and I explain the exact day, October 19th, the exact year, 2019, the exact location, a hotel in New York City. I tell you exactly who was sitting at the conference room when they completely created COVID under the guise of a, quote, exercise. Bullshit, not an exercise. Matter of fact, one of the CCP's members was at the table. That's right. Find it all in Preserving Liberty. Get a free copy of it. If you join the Substack as a paid member, you get a digital copy of it for free. I'll email it to you, jbushow.substack.com.
Outstanding. And we should really talk about that one day. There, you got the point, everybody. So that's it. That's an hour for us.
That's an hour. That was quick.
That was quick, dude. I had clips.
That was quick.
I'll save it for Rage. So,
Okay. So we're going to do Rage, everybody. Just so you know, we're going to do Rage on Tuesday night, a special Tuesday night Rage of Aquarius because of Easter.
Yes. So there you
go.
So
sounds good.
Out there celebrating and coloring eggs and, licking chocolate rabbits or rainbow colored rabbits.
Eating peeps, lollipops, and whatever the fuck else you
really
want.
Giving into the rainbow culture. The rest of us will be having a grand old time and getting ready for Tuesday night. So there you go. Boom. Done.
There you go.
Brother.
God bless.
Always, man. God bless, man. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
You got it, man. See you later.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, I do this because this is my marker. This is my marker, and I got to play the video because this is how I know where to cut it.
Rage of Aquarius with your hosts, Dan Smeriglio and Josh Bernstein, every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Download our apps on Android and Apple to never miss a show. Watch at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Roku TV, Fire TV, and Android TV, or visit VOPUSARadio.com.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And in case you've forgotten what you're watching, let me remind you via audio.
Hi, guys. It's me. Oh, my gosh, girl. I love Bud Light. It makes me footloose and fancy-free. It is so delicious.
Excuse me. Shut your fucking hole. Somebody's got to put us back on track and say the shit that everybody else is thinking. You're listening to the Voice of the People USA Radio Network. We were given truth serum injections at birth. You are listening to POLITI-SHOCK. POLITI-SHOCK.
Like, what's so, shocking about it? What does he say?
You need to go back to your parade, crack a Bud Light, and put on your Target panties. It's a shame that real speak equals shock, but we will fly that flag. It may be crass and blunt to some, but the one damn thing you can count on is the truth. Welcome to POLITI-SHOCK. Now, your host, Dan Smiriglio.
You like that? I had to play one I haven't played in a little bit, so there you go. But literally, a little behind the scenes stuff there. I do that so that way I know my markers where I cut it and I send it to Josh and then we air it as the Rage of Aquarius. Sorry, POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage. I can't even speak to my own shows anymore. I'm so bad. So that's why I do that, because then I know where to cut it. And cutting the show, I'm not that technologically savvy at all, but I figured out more long form. I eventually hit the right buttons and I get the hour out, then I send it out. But Hollis helped me out last week and showed me how to do it a little bit quicker. So I'm going to try to do that later. Hopefully I can. There's no guarantee that I'll get it right. It still might take me longer than most people, but hey, I'm getting better, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting better. So there you have it. So now, there's whoa, that's not cool. There's something that, hang on. So now you all get to, let's see which one sucks, because I want you all to hear something. It's a sneak peek. All right. I'm not revealing it all yet. Hollis doesn't know I'm doing this. I think Hollis is dancing. So she's listening to headphones right now. So here, let's play this. Hang on. What's this? Is this good? Okay. Is this music stuck or not? You tell me, people. Been there for a long time. That's not terrible. I like that one. Hang on. Amazon for a reason.
Back up, I'm just switching my...
Damn it. I need to make room for something. All right? This is very, very, very hard. So let's see. Can I? No, not going to work. Damn it, people. I want to play something for you all. And I'm trying to figure out how to make it happen. And I don't necessarily know how to do it because I'm not that smart. So wait, let me see. Wait, maybe. Wait. Hang on. All right, let me try something here. Just stay with me, friends. Stay with me. All right. This is what I do. I do things in real time. So what the hell? Events occur in real time. Let me see. Now, is it there? It's not there. Why isn't it there? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Wait, there we go. Okay. Can you see this? You can. There's nothing for you to see. Just listen and tell me what you think. Chat room, I'm counting on you. Tell me what you think. All right. I'm doing a soft debut. So it's a work in progress. Okay. Here we go. If I could ever pull it the frig up. Somewhere it exists. Where are you? Where the hell did it go? God, I suck at this. I'm so bad at this. It's so bad. All right, here we go.
Mouthful of black pill profits, selling you tears. Big pay profits. pushing that broom. We kick the door, blow out the room. Let me shine. We don't break, we don't stop. Back in the fire, and it still won't drop. Up in the air, yeah, he runs that block. We the steel in the spine of the great headlock. Global change, we build. Patriots, we shake them all. Let's we don't bend, we don't block. Trump, that's the mountaintop. You take through this, wrapped in the flag, gripped in the fire. Oh, truth in a bag. Great devil walk from a condo couch. We're out in the dirt, calling that out. Woo! We don't stop. Flag in the fire. It still won't drop. Trump in the tail. Yeah, he runs that block. We the steel in the spine of the great headlock. Hey, 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 hey. Global change. We build. We shake them all. We don't bend. We don't fly. Trump's weather and forever. That's the mountaintop. You push the vision. We push the back. We don't kneel. All your stats. They'll burn through the spear and the spin. You'll never black belt. The will to win. We don't break. We don't stop. Black in the fire. It still won't drop. Trump in the chair. Yeah, he runs that block. We the steel in the spine of the great headlock. Hey, 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 hey. Global change. We tear those up. Great patriots. We take them off. We don't bend. We don't fly. Trump, our weather and forever. That's the mountaintop. Line in the sand.
There it is. All right. Listen, what do you think? I enjoy it. All right. I do. I enjoy it. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little tease. Okay. There's more, but it's a tease. That's all I'm saying. All right. So, I mean, anybody wants to comment? Feel free. Thumbs up, thumbs down. I don't know. But anyway, so there's so much going on. And I've had a good time tonight. I have. You know, it's been fun. Even though my first rant went a little bit longer than anticipated, but I think it's been good. You see? Because even though there's a lot of stuff going on in the real world, you know, there's a lot of hardships and everything else, but you stay kind of nose to the grindstone, if you will. Stay focused, keep persevering, keep fighting, keep moving forward. That's all you can do, right? Because we're not going to roll over and die. So that's all we know how to do. So tonight's show, I mean, granted, it's over 3 hours. I'm going to end it earlier, actually, because I do have another job interview. I had a job interview today, and I have another job interview at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So Haas is going to come on. She's going to join us for like 30 minutes. She's going to come on and hang out with us. And then I'm going to wind it down. I'm going to try to wind it down around 4 hours, I'm going to say. So that's the goal. Not because I need like extra sleep and everything to be prepared. I mean, it's a virtual interview and all that other happy stuff. And, you know, I operate off of very limited sleep anyway. So it's just how I operate. It's what I do. But, you know, we have a lot of stuff. Oh, you could barely hear it. Damn it. Sorry, Joe. See, that's why I need to make room in my media list. That sucks. I thought you could all hear it easy. My apologies then. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, I'm basically looking at it as, get done early. We got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow before we head to Pennsylvania. There's a lot of stuff. But hopefully I'll actually land a job. That'd be nice because, this whole first time unemployed thing is really kind of crappy. I'm not going to lie, and these people don't want to hire me even when they don't know about this, and they know about this. They blame it. I'm like, hey, whatever. You don't like truth. You don't like opinion. And that's great. But at least you can understand that. It's like, otherwise, like, damn, you just hate somebody who has experience. So thank God you have high hiring standards. You know what I mean? So hang on now. Hang on. Oh, comment in the room. Okay. That's from Jason. Okay. Sorry. Now I'm still looking for something here to scratch so I could add this. That's my goal. And I'm not happy that I can't because I really wanted you guys to hear it, I like that one. See, it's hard. But anyway, it is what it is. So, so there's a lot of stuff forthcoming. And again, we're going to be taking our venture into Pennsylvania. And hopefully we're going to get to meet up with some people while we're in PA too. It'll be a good time. But got to take the journey. It's 80 degrees today here in Ohio. And then it's going to be like 80 tomorrow. And then I think it's going to drop to 80 for 2 days. And it's going to drop to 40 degrees. And then in Northeast PA where we're going, it's going to be pretty much the same, just cooler. And then chance of snow on Monday, which is fine. Snow now, whatever. But it's going to be interesting. But yeah, so we're going to hit the road. Be nice to start off the endeavor actually getting a job offer. That would be, a welcome surprise. So let's, for those of you that don't hate me, let's send some positive vibes my way, if you wouldn't mind. I would appreciate that. But, again, the show's been fun, and I think that we kind of have our footing here. And when I say things that I say, I'm saying it because it's the truth, and I'm saying because you need to hear it, whether you want to hear it or not. But I'm saying it for a reason, I'm calling out things because it's essential to call it out. But all in all, I want to take this show in a different direction. Not different. It's still going to be POLITI-SHOCK, but I want to focus on less of the stupid things and focus more on the really deep dive, hard hitting crap. And yeah, that's why I might go behind a paywall because again, why give it away for free? I hate to say that, but almost becomes, what it might have to be. You know what I mean? And Joe, thank you. Good luck on getting that job, Dan. I guess that means you'll probably have to move to Pennsylvania. No, the job is not in Pennsylvania. No, the job is here in Ohio. So no. We're not doing that. Have no fear. And I see backstage is my one and only, the host of Holistics, heard every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Voice of People U.S.A. Radio and Television Network and VOPUSARadio.com and on all the socials at HollisMahady.com and everywhere else. Make sure to check it out. There she is.
Hello.
Only. Oh, look at you in your trippy background with your blurry backup camera. Hi.
I know. Do you can hear me okay?
Well, I think you still have the same problem. Remember, I realized it the other day that the computer is not plugged into the Rodecaster. So, but it's fine. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, you can hear you though. So you're good.
Because I took my headphones off. Because it's more important I hear you, so I can hear all your questions.
Well, thank you. But yeah, I totally forgot to plug it back in from the laptop to the mini Rodecaster. So that's my fault. But I realized what the problem was. So that's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. See, we do things in real time here. So I tried to do a little sneak peek of one of the new songs, but apparently it didn't come over very loud. And I want to add it to my audio, my media assets, but unfortunately there's so many songs there I don't want to get rid of. So it's very hard. It's very troubling. So Hollis, hi there.
Hi, Dan. Hi, everybody. Hi, Joe. Hi, Jason. Hi, everyone in the chat room.
So this is where Hollis gets to throw down and take the gloves off. No, I'm kidding. But I told everybody going to come off like 30 minutes, and we're going to wrap the show probably around the 4-hour mark tonight because we have a busy day tomorrow. And again, I'll let it be known, just for those who are concerned, because I know my caring audience out there. All right, like the 5 of you who care. This does not mean I'm going to go and get I got to go to sleep by 1 and get up and get a good night's sleep. No, probably means like going to bed at 6 and then getting up at like 7:30 and then going to take a shower, put on the shirt and tie, probably the sweatpants and sneakers, sit in front of the camera, and do the whole interview thing. But we have a busy few days ahead of us, right?
Yes.
And you, my darling, have a busy night ahead of you tomorrow night. Your TGIF. Wait a minute, you have a comment. Good evening, Hollis. I think I learned something from earlier. If Dan wears that hat with the white symbol on it, I'm in big trouble.
Which hat?
Is he referring to this one? Listen, he's got to elaborate on that one. But listen, all I know is this. Okay? Under Armour, I'm waiting for your money. Like, come on.
Yeah, right.
Like, look, only Under Armour fits this big head. Come on. Only Under Armour, there. Look, I mean, literally, I have Under Armour socks, boxers. I mean, dude, come on. Under Armour, what's up? All right? I'm a vet. Come on.
It's about time, but it does almost look like an H if you kind of squint your eyes. H for Hollis. We can make our own hats.
We need to. We need to. We need a whole new merch line. So, but anyway, yes, tomorrow's TGIF. Tomorrow's TGIF, the throwback episode for Holistics. And, I'm excited for you. I know you enjoyed that show and you have a couple surprises for your people tomorrow, which would be cool, and because you didn't get the chance to reveal some things tonight. So I feel bad that I cut you short on Thursdays. So,
No, it's okay. I talk. I don't realize how much I talk. I'm just like, it's like a stream of consciousness comes out, but I don't know, it keeps going. And it's so much fun. I love doing it, and I always feel good after it. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. I'm on a high after it. I'm like, oh,
well, that's good. And
yeah. So it's fun. And TGI Fridays is really fun because it's just like that's what it is. I'm such a dork, so you can get away with quoting all these stupid movies. Not stupid. The movies that shaped our childhood, all that stuff, and it's just fun. Plus, it's nice. It's a nice break from the heaviness of the world. I say. It's just we don't talk about that. We do. You get into some deep stuff, but it's like I said, it's above politics and stuff. Because sometimes you just need a break from it.
And I want to confirm to everybody. I yelled it, but I didn't do it too loud when I was listening to her show because I told you, not just because she's my wife. If her show sucked, I wouldn't watch. But she's the only show that I watch, literally. But when she said that I'm a dork, ask anyone and they'll tell you, I yelled. But I didn't do it loud. I said, yes, she is a dork. She's a supreme dork. And, I'm probably...
You a dork?
You call me a dork all the time. We're kind of both dorks, big time.
Well, what did I say on the camera? Did I call you a dork?
No, you just said that you're a dork. And believe me, you may not know this or believe this, but I'm a dork or something along those lines. And, you might have called me a dork once or twice, but no, you're a supreme dork. I'm probably the supreme leader dork. But yes, we're both dorks.
You definitely are a dork.
Oh my God, I can't believe I'm using the word dork. I mean, there you go.
It's a bad thing. And then there's like a nerd. I'm not a nerd. I'm a dork. Because there's a difference.
Yes. Uh-oh. Well, I snuck on to Josh's show and I left Dan on one hell of a rant, which I have to see replay of and never seen him wear that particular hat. Oh, you haven't seen his hat before. I had many to debut. All right. Many Under Armour hats to debut.
He asked me what hat he should wear. And he said blue or black. And I said, go with blue tonight.
Oh, yes. That's true.
You picked it. With that.
You picked it. I wore the red one on Sunday, and I still have a white one yet to debut. White one scares me, though, because then my head looks even bigger. It's weird.
You got to wear your Trump hat, but then you don't have a Trump hat, do you? That fits.
No, they don't fit my head. That's no matter what anybody says. Oh, you can say, no, it doesn't fit my head. All right. Listen, Hollis has seen. My head is astronomically too large. So, it's okay. And my rant from earlier, yes, I was really what triggered the rant is, what can I say? It was more so knowing that MAGA dirt biker Joe betrayed POLITI-SHOCK and went on Josh's show for an hour and made me second-class citizen. That's what prompted it. So I had to do the whole rant because I've never been so betrayed by somebody in my life. So Joe is a traitor. But I love him anyway, but he's still a traitor. So that's what prompted the rant. So now if millions of people turn on me, Joe, which will affect nothing. If that happens, it's all your fault. But I say that with love. So there you go. Now you know where it came from, Hollis. You heard the whole rant. All like 91 minutes of it.
I know. I was like, okay, let's move on to another subject. We get it. Your audience, besides Joe and like all of you guys in the chat room, your audience sucks. But
hey, you got to admit, I started with Alex Jones and I ended it with Alex Jones. You're welcome.
You brought it back. You brought it back. But I was like, oh my God, I put my headphones, I took my headphones off and you were still saying, you cheap fuck.
I mean, you
guys,
gotta.
You get it out of your system. And
I did.
Then we'll drop it. Or
and like I said, if it comes down to it.
Make some changes.
Yeah. And if we put POLITI-SHOCK behind a paywall, then, we'll take your phone calls. We'll do all that stuff behind the paywall. Yeah. I mean, you're killing. In those number assessed folks they're not us. We're not numbers assessed because we numbers obsessed because we have the numbers. It just doesn't pay off for us at all. So you know what? It is what it is. But anyway,
and it is the truth. I mean, I don't think people really care or realize. I mean, again, you guys, I always say it, but I feel like I have to. Because I'm not talking to Joe or any of them. You guys are the ones that are always there and are there for us and make it, we show up for you guys too. But like, I don't think people really, you're so far. It's not even a lie. There's a point where you're not gonna be able to do it because you can't afford it, and you just keep giving and giving. And it's just like, you gotta, you can't, Dan can't wake up the world alone. He's here to try to get people. But like you said, if people are like zombified and won't get off their ass, then, why do you have to keep sacrificing? Why, I'd rather a new outfit than paying for streaming services that are $90 a month for a bunch of people, But anyway, I don't want to get on this topic either because that's all we talk about, it seems. So
no, but it was good to get out. So I feel better now. And also explaining again, kind of, wrapping up from last week, my thoughts on, at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is, regardless of where anybody stands, and I alluded to this before, regardless of where anybody stands from a religious standpoint, I don't like them when they use religion as a division tactic. And they've been doing it forever, for centuries, everything else. So regardless of your feelings on any one religion, I still think it's cruel and unusual to evoke God's name and use that as your reason. Well, Trump has betrayed God by going with the Jews. These words literally said at the conference hosted by Michael Flynn. And I'm like, you know what? That's the lowest form of division that you could do. So God is telling me to hate this other God-loving person because they don't love God the way that I love God. So therefore they must be it's like, stop. And that's really what I was getting at last week. Is it's about people need to like wake up to it. And really, honest to God, they need to come closer to God. They need to find their own relationship. And if they don't have one already, and hold on to that, because that's what gives you, like with us, we go through hard times and we've been going through a hard time. It's been a hell of a pathetic stretch. I've learned all different ways. I could be rejected like a champ. All right.
Yes, we learned the art of rejection.
Not the art of the deal, the art of rejection. And listen, if for those who think that all I do is scream and rant and curse all day, I really don't, because if not, I would have lit these recruiters and these people up like so many times over. But you got to keep your head down and keep going. It's all you can do. And really, if it's my wife and it's my faith, and knowing that, inevitably the sacrifices we made for the right reasons will pay off. And it's unfortunate. I don't want to work for any job. I don't want to work for any company. I want to, we own a business, people, and we're literally all over the world, and all these other bad people can make money off it. We'd like to make money off of it too, so we can continue to give back to you and not have to go work for the man, so to speak. But it is what it is. So it's actually that
it is what it is, as they say. Truth doesn't sell, unfortunately. But
yes, and again,
so you want to make money, you gotta wrap it up and sugarcoat it and wrap it in a package that's all shiny, so the dumbasses get it. Because there's not a lot of smart people out there. I mean, maybe your audience, unfortunately, like smart. Not smart enough to say, hey, maybe I better try to keep them on air. I mean, they're bitching about it long enough. Maybe I'll throw them a couple bucks and maybe they'll shut up. But no, not smart enough to see that, without people like, not just us. I mean, but there's probably some people out there doing it. But, People don't value, and people don't value when you give things away for free. They just we're in a consumption culture where it's just everyone just expects it,
Yeah.
and people are desperate to be stars, and they're desperate to be seen and do whatever. And I mean, and so they're way better at packaging themselves because they'll do anything for money, and most people will. Like I said, everybody has a price tag. Mostly everybody has a price tag. Very few that don't, but they're the ones that usually get kicked to the curb or whatever, or
And I
shit on.
and I think one of the things I love about and that's really what it comes down to. Like I said before, like, realistically, it's about pulling people closer to God and pulling people closer to those who matter, and stop giving so much love and blind loyalty to those who don't care about you and use and abuse you. And, that's ultimately, beyond all these screaming and rage rants and everything else. That's my mission, is to wake you up and also try to help you find your own way to have your own relationship, because it's what you need. But that's what I love about your show as well, is what you do, is because you're trying to, again, the human approach, find things that bring people together and talk about real things, human things,
Yeah, because it's like out of style. It's out of style to be human. It's out of style to have empathy, to have compassion, to have some morals, or whatever. I always use an example to call someone back when you say you're gonna, to do stuff. It's like out of style. And we said the recreation movement, we got to bring certain things back. And some people have to take a stand and say, you know what? No, I mean, and people won't. Most people won't, because they're not willing to sacrifice anything for something bigger than themselves. I mean, we talk about the same topic every week, kind of, but I mean, it's true.
But
people have a price tag. I think people who are very spiritually connected to God and to a bigger mission are willing more to sacrifice because they see the bigger picture. And what you said about religion is just, I mean, I've always been it's the same with you, religion. I hate organized religion. I hate religion that divides, because all it does, it's like, oh, my God is better. And everyone, Bible verse, this kind of Catholic, this one, there's different, this kind of Protestant, Methodist, this. And when it comes where you're fighting about Buddhism, I mean, there's so many different ones, Jewish, whatever, all of them. I mean, at the end of the day, God, to me, this is, again, my opinion, whatever. I mean, it's just such a simple concept that everyone misses. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. I just say this is, and a lot of my music reflects it. Like, this is a big cosmic joke? He's laughing at all of us. Like, or God, as we say, the unit God. I mean, man-made. It's all man-made. It's all ridiculous. It's all division. Oh, yeah, let me go. We're all killing each other over God. I mean, like, because we're fighting about God, so we're literally. I mean, come on. It's just so I always say, love is love. God is love. I mean, that's what God is. He forgives, and God is love. And it's just like, it sounds so simple, but I mean, the simplest things are just, it's love zombies. I always say it in my band, love zombies. Can we turn it? We're all in zombies, dead zombies, and like fighting with each other. And it's just, can we just bite each other with love and say, you know what? I love, like, regardless of what God, at least you believe in something. You know what I mean? Like, who's to say that you're right? Who's to say that I'm right? Like, ignorance, the smartest thing anyone ever said, and I don't know who it was. Maybe, I don't know. Is it Albert Einstein? Probably not. But it's the smartest person says enough to say, I don't know anything. Do you really know? Does anyone really have the answer? Like, how much of an ego and ignorant you actually are to say that you know everything, that your way is the right way. This is a mystery. Life isn't Madonna. Life is a mystery, It's just like everyone must stand alone, but we're not really alone. But life is a mystery, and I think the wisest thing people say is like, I don't know. I don't know, but if you have any semblance of God or anything bigger than yourself, I mean, you just kind of know, like, I probably shouldn't kill someone over my opinion or over my belief, because who could ever explain, like, the human creation? Does anyone really know where we came from? No one can tell us that. Nobody. And the ignorant people go and fight over it and say they know the way, and my God's the way, and my religion, and my certain Bible verse. It's good. Read do your thing, everyone. But everyone has the right to interpret that their own way. It's how you interpret it. And it's great. Whether, like I said, I've been through so much in my life, and I was always searching and seeking outside of myself. And then I realized, it's within you, and God is within you. You have to go to church? Do you have to go all these places? Because you sit in your room and connect, or, so it's, you don't have to go to church to find God. Even you know, God is the temple. It's you. You know, even he said it in the Bible, right? Like, I mean, house outside of yourself is saying this, but I mean, it's just so simple, so freaking simple. It's disgusting. Like, God is love, and love should be is it's a connecting force. But people fight over it, and I mean, so you're right. I understand why you get mad when people are using that and ignorance, man-made ignorance, and it's just like, but God created those people too. I get you. God created man,
Free will.
whatever the bigger thing is that created it. And we create ourselves. I mean, you get into all this stuff. I mean, the one thing we all have in common, and everybody forgets, is the one thing. Or there's maybe a couple, but we all. I mean, if we're alive, we all have a heart. There's certain things that you can't live without. We all have a heart. I mean, you know, some people don't use it, but I'm just saying, a physical beating heart. We all come out of a woman. Every single person has. I mean, they're saying now trans and giving birth as a guy and all that. But these are things we have in common. Like, we've all come out of our mothers, regardless if your mom's here or not here. But we all came out of a lady, and like, that is literally the one thing we have in common. And people don't even realize. Like, I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's just, you know, it's just like we all came from the same place.
And
well, we don't know, but there's someone is ignorant to stuff. I know where that is. I know the rules. I know the Bible's this, or this translation is better than that, or this scripture, or this version is better, and this is the answer. Because you're all ego. It's all I want to know. No, I think the wisest thing to say is, I don't know, but I believe, and I'm wise enough, or took it with me, or just felt it, knowing that love is God. That love you feel for who, you know, your child, or your, I mean, sometimes not your partner, whatever, but the love you feel, like, when you have that moment, then it's like, oh, life is good for like a second. I get it once in a while, sweeps over you, just this feeling. And that's what people long for, I think. You know, people like they're searching for it in a partner. They're searching for it in a situation, in money. They're filling a void that nothing will ever fill except God and the relationship. And that's what gets me through life. Through hard times, through struggles, because this is all BS. This power of money, it's just like I tune out of it. That's why I like holistics, because I'm like, no, let's just talk about other stuff that is not of this 3D BS world. Because to me, this isn't the real part. The other part is so much more important. I'm sorry, Dan, I'm talking, but the other part is so much more important, and that's the part, like in politics. Oh, so least part, everything's backwards. The least part that most people don't focus on as much. Not everyone, but you know, I think it's the most important part of life. Yet it's just the one that's like thrown to the back. You know, we need the money. We need the freaking money. It's disgusting. You know, can't take it with you, right? You die.
No, I totally.
You're not here. You're gonna take your freaking millions with you, but yet you're here, not giving, not sharing. One person has it all, while the rest of the 99%, or 90% struggle. Some people can't even freaking eat. You're gonna take your money with you? Like, what the heck? You do say you can't take it with you. All this stuff. People die, their physical body goes away, and then all their stuff remains. I mean, it's just an exchange of just stuff. You know, so I don't know.
No, and I think it's good, and that's what I think that's what really triggered me last week. Oh God, triggered. But is when I see people perverting religion and making it their own in order to weaponize it. And I think that's the problem that I have, you know, and whether people's opinions or views and anything else of any religion, it is what it is. But, you know, being somebody who was, you know, raised, die owing millions, I like that. Being somebody who was raised Catholic, it's just funny when I hear these things like that Catholics for Catholics event that Flynn hosted, you know, and I hear them just like all these things that they're saying. Candace Owens talking about being a good Catholic. It's like all these things that you're pontificating, like you're preaching, they have nothing to do with Catholicism. They have nothing to do with it. Like, but the part that infuriates me is people are believing it. People are taking it as gospel, and it's insulting that but they know what they're doing. They know how to use it to weaponize, to suit their narrative, to suit their thing. And that's the part that just, you have to speak out against these people. You have to push back against these people. But others are they're either confused or they're led astray or whatever the case may be.
They're manipulated.
Yes,
Because
you know what they're doing, and that, like, again, when I hear Candace, and I don't listen to that disgusting creature speak, but when I do hear something that she says up there from the podium, talking about, well, real Catholicism says, I'm like, really? In all my years of CCD and and literally, communion, being confirmed, I was an altar server, not an altar boy, all these different things. Like, I never heard word one about anything that you just spouted that has nothing to do, and it's just, it blows the mind. And I wish,
and I think, like, sorry, Annie, but like, also too, it's like, that's the thing, like you said, some people really are like, they get manipulated and they're confused, like you said, they don't know. And that's why I get really pissed off when we joke about the influencers. You know what, like, some people
pariahs really
are born leaders. There are people who, they have whatever, a gift, a voice, a strong presence, and like, people follow them, right? There's like lots of people, right? But so this whole thing with the influencer class really pisses me off, because it's like, there needs to be some leaders and stuff like that, but they have a job and they have a duty if people really are following. Because some people are, and especially when you're younger, you're influenced by certain people. You follow people to learn, like, if I talk about Dr. Wayne on my show all the time, like, when I was like, like, I look at some of these people, you look up to them, you learn, and then whatever. Michael Muir, dad, I always talk about, who I love, you don't idol or worship them, but like, you learn and you look up to these people. So this whole influencer class, you were meant to influence people, like, in a good way, or, you have a duty and obligation, and it's just all about money and lying and manipulation. And it is wrong. I mean, obviously, but I think that there are a lot of people who are just, and we call them out, and you say they're, and some of them are just dumb. They just keep doing the same thing. And when do you wisen up? But like I said, it's just, they have a duty, like, influence them to do what? To freaking fight, to kill each other, to divide each other. You're influencing people to always fight and to be divided. That's what this influencer culture is. It's BS. It's like, we need some better leaders, follow people who are like, doing something besides freaking turning everyone against each other,
Yeah, just perverting and contorting things to fit their narrative, their lie, and I think that's what's so insulting, and it's wrong. It's wrong to do. And like I said, pariahs. They're pariahs. They're literally, do you think Candace Owens went to CCD? I doubt she even received the Eucharist. I wouldn't, like, I don't. But now she's the expert on what real Catholicism is, and it's just, it's wrong, man. It's wrong. And that's what pisses me off. And that's why I go off the way that I do, because you know what, regardless of my own feelings, it's like, they're right and wrong. And when you're using something as a weapon, something that's been around much longer than a Candace Owens 15 minutes of fame, it's like, it's just, what you're doing. These people are doing it intentionally, and it's wrong. When you have these people, like, whatever, fill in blank here, praising Islam and telling you to hate the Jews and the Jews should die, and then calling themselves good Catholics at the same breath, it's like, you know what? Just stop. Hating Islam, so they praise Sharia, they praise Islam, radical Islam, but then they call themselves Catholics. Like, I don't grasp that. I don't, and it's insulting to do, and it's just wrong. It's just wrong. But anyway, so thank you. Hey, what's this? Hey, Dan, how much is that sphincter alignment device? Can you get me a better discount to 1.5% off? Do you want high-pitched bitch voice, or do you want Alex Jones voice? We'll give you both.
Well, if you watch the entirety of the show tonight, then I'll be able to get you 1.7% off if you use our code INFLUENCER. and your sphincter alignment device will come to you wrapped in a discount coupon for my favorite gold manufacturer or whatever. I'm just saying whatever it may be that you like.
I'll tell you right now, you wanna tighten that sphincter? I can make it happen for you. All you gotta do is string up your neighbors, and I will eat my neighbor's ass.
Sorry, Alice. Sorry.
Holy moly.
Holy moly. That's oh God, oh my God. I said some crazy things before, apparently during my tirade, but it is true, And I did notice that dynamic though. It's like the Alex Jones style voice or the high pitched bitch. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll never be that here. And even real time with Dan, screw you, Bill Maher. Even that, like I said, that'll be more topically based, but that promo code doesn't work. That doesn't fly here. All right. We have this troll named Lima that keeps coming around, dropping all these things. I don't know what it's about, what it is, but whatever. So don't bring that holy moly crap here. Holy moly. Anyway, sorry, I'm reading the chats, but I don't know, man. It's just it's a crazy time, but I think so many good things are happening. And I think so many good things are in the process of going down all over the world. And I think people just need to really turn off the noise and turn off the BS and turn off the crap, because
question.
Yes, you have a question?
Yeah. So, because it's always a crazy time. But what's the thing about like AI you think could be doing something good to call out? Remember the thing we were talking about last night?
So there's AI is AI, right? And AI is still a replacement for humans as far as I'm concerned. But there is a thing, and I think that's what I was getting to when our conversation with Mark Beckman. It makes more sense now, almost 8 months, 9 months later, because I think people were attacking Trump for, getting in bed with these AI deals and all these other different things. I think what he's actually trying to do is basically build an AI that isn't out to target humans, to have some control over it, because I think no matter, this is political bastards. They're not left or right. This is more the globalist agenda. And yes, you could call this Mr. Microchip too. I don't know. But it's all about kind of replacing humans. So I think what Trump has done as masterfully, kind of trying to take in control, even with some of this crap, this Bitcoin crap, which I don't understand, but he's gotten involved in some of it, because I think what he's trying to do is kind of corral some of this so it's not all going to be used for evil and against the people. Put it to use for different things. Put it to use for purposes of good, white hat AI, if you will.
Yeah.
I think that's a real thing. And I think we're seeing it. And we're seeing a battle between those who run it for nefarious reasons, that try to sell it as Trump is overstepping his boundaries and he wants to control these AI companies. Others see it as, I see what he's doing. I see the play, and good on him for wrangling it in before it's out of control. And then there's the true Trump supporters and the America First supporters, that obviously Trump is a devil. He's really just a lizard person, and his third eye is a Star of David, and Israel's making him do it to kill us all. So, this is pretty much how it breaks down.
Yeah, because that's the thing too. And we discussed it. I talk about AI a lot on the show because with the music and all that. But like anything, it's whose hand. Good things about AI, right? Like, if that's true, like them putting a brain chip in, if it's going to help someone see again, that's a good thing. It's going to help a spinal injury and someone can walk. That's a good thing, right? But it's whose hands does it fall into? Because let's face it, we know they're all trying to kill us. So that's why it's so scary. And I remember 5 years ago, even before I met you, I was watching a video. It was right when COVID came out. And of course, I did the reconnection movement over 10 years ago. Again, if you don't know it, go and check it out. I didn't write it with ChatGPT. And I was like, this is like a big threat and it's going to happen. It's not a bad science fiction movie 10, 12 years ago. And now it's just like, I remember watching the video. It was Elon Musk. No, it wasn't Elon Musk. It was someone else. But it was saying like how it's going to be the biggest threat to humanity. You saw the clip on Joe Rogan. We played it in the intro all the time. It's like, he even says it's the biggest threat to humanity because the robots are going to become smart. They already are smarter than humans, not you know, you can't have the soul and all that, but still, I mean, they pump about this stuff. There's going to be a big elimination for so many jobs and everything. So people even saying now, oh, you better learn AI or you're going to get left behind. You have no job. You got like, this is the way forward in the future and all that. So that's another thing we're trying to figure out. But it really is like, whose hands is it going to fall into? So I hope that Trump is doing something where, because they say it's all about AI regulations. Like,
Yeah.
because the humans are so, I mean, not everybody, of course, but the majority are lazy. And we're all lazy. I mean, you're going to get even lazier. Like AI can walk for you. You don't, you know, and it's sold as convenience, and it's not. I mean, it's just taking away your brain. I mean, a lot of people's brain is mush already, but it's like we're really going to use it even less. Even less. We're going to know how to think. You're not even going to know how to say your freaking name. Oh, my name is, like, it's scary. It's
That's what they
scary
want.
because we know the human mind. You know, you get late. I mean, even just in daily life, you get lazy sometimes, and you have to have some discipline. But they encourage you not to have discipline. No, don't think. You know, I'm guilty of it with ChatGPT. I use it a lot. Oh, do I have to use an email? Write an email from the heart? No, let me just put ChatGPT because it takes 1 second. It's all sold as convenience, and that's unfortunate because people are lazy.
And I think that's why the corralling of it. And Timbo said it best. AI is the new thermonuclear weapon. We need our AI to fight against their AI. I agree completely. And I think that is the play, which people, again, the good thing is Trump doesn't care what these people think about what he's doing. He's on a mission, and he knows that, you know, as much as I want him to run in 28, he's not going to. And he's doing what he needs to do. And he sees the writing on the wall. And I think there's a lot of good being done, because there's no way to stop it. So why not corral it? Believe me, Melania coming out at the White House the other day with a robot walking with her and everything else. People are like, oh, can you believe this? They're embracing the devil. No, that was more FU to the other ones building robots for more nefarious purposes. So I think, you know, there's a lot to be said for what's coming. And if all else fails, you know, Timbo said it best. Say it out loud. Just blame the Jews. You know, because that's what we do, you know. Exactly. He's fresh out of flux. It's go time. I completely agree. And I think that's the path that the president's on. And I think that's what, you know, we need some good in this. We need some good in the fight, because you can't stop what is coming. Mm-hmm. Nothing can stop what is coming.
Nope.
Wink, wink. But at the same time, you could corral in and build your own army. Like I've said for years, like we've said, build a system within their system. That's the play.
Use your weapons against them.
Yes, you have to. You have to, because we could sit here and try to, you know, my idea for the Voice of the People USA radio and television network, you know, not television then, but my idea for an independent network in 2026, 2006, completely online, bypassing it all. You know what? Nobody else was really doing that then. It was a great idea, but it took freaking 18 years to come to fruition, really, because you brought it to life, right? But it's like, again, and I'm not trying to compare me. I'm just saying forward thinking outside the box. How can we play in their sandbox, so to speak, but doing it for a purpose, for a victory in the end? You know, use it against them. And that's what we need to do. And that's why words are weapons, actions are weapons, and things that we do, you know. And just like, again, good.
I'm sorry, Annie.
No, you're good.
Even like I said, what we're building right now is important, because I always say, the pirate radio, we're going to be here with the light saying, you know what? Yeah, we can't beat AI, but we're going to be here to remind people that the humans should be in control of the AI, and it's going to be the other way around.
Yes.
If we're not careful. I mean, obviously, it's going to be the humans should be in control of the AI, and they won't be. So, I mean, even what we're doing now, because one day, it could be in 2 years, it could be in 5 years, it could be very, very soon, that they could just take over. Like I said, I joke, or they could come in your house and burst in the door. I mean, they're strong. They probably burst your door down. You think you're joking, but you know, you don't know what they can do. Learn how to use guns, and it. Trust me, if they're using it in the hands of people like George Soros and freaking Bill, all these people who already want to, obviously, a lot of facts to back it up, want to eliminate the population or depopulate the world. So now you want robots? I mean, we have guns, but even if you shoot a robot, I mean, is it going to die? No, because it's like made of metal, right?
Well,
there's a Terminator or whatever. It's like they're coming.
And again, a lot of these movies, remember, just telling you what's already being done or been designed. We're already using robots in combat, in the theater of combat. We have things, which again, troops, kind of corralled in a corner and had to go around. They're being fired upon. You send the little gun on the robot, little thing on the wheels, and goes out there and starts shooting them. God bless. It saves lives. Great. But remember, for everything they do that's effective, there's somebody somewhere that has created something for more nefarious purposes to inevitably be used against humanity. And I think that's the thing. And then also, this kind of plays into what you're talking about, which I think is such a great idea. And I won't go too long into it and kind of like, get ahead of you. But the reconnection movement that you wrote is essential. And that's why the recreation movement. And what does that really come down to? It's about not recreate the wheel, but recreate human to human connection by using things that have worked for generations that they're now trying to bury and suppress and make you be completely beholden upon social media.
And the main thing, sorry, Dan, but the number one thing is humans.
Yes.
We're at the point now. Yeah, like I said, I'm sorry. I totally interrupted you, but don't forget.
No, you're good.
To get passionate about it. But yeah, there's going to be like I say all the time, evolution, right? Yeah, we can't be like, oh, we're just the old people. We don't want to let go of the past, and we want to listen to records all day and tapes and stuff, VCRs. I mean, there's certain things
I do, but no.
No, I know. There's certain things that just live in the past. I mean, some people are never going to experience Blockbuster. I mean, whatever. I mean, we did. I mean, but we're going to experience things they did. But it's just like, we're going to be here, recreation. We're going to be here to remind people. Okay, go ahead. I put you back on the screen there, because I totally just messed you up.
No, you're good. I was just saying that.
Because you came up with the idea, because I was like kind of upset the other day, because you get overwhelmed sometimes. And I'm just like, I got very discouraged, because I said, putting my music out again and everything. It's not me about, I'm breaking through, I want to be a rock star. It's not. But I just remember back in the day, what things that, like street teams, you didn't have to pay someone to care. You didn't, like people, and that's how people, they had fans or Voice of the People, they cared. You didn't have to pay them to promote your thing.
Correct.
You didn't have, they did it because of care, and that's gone. I mean, I've just been back here trying to put this shit out for a couple weeks, and I'm like, man, like nobody. I mean, from 10 years ago when I was in the band and everything, no one cares. No one. They won't share it. They won't like it. They don't care. I mean, and then there's a few that do. Like, for instance, someone signed up for my Buy Me a Coffee today. Like an old friend, like he's good, like cares enough, and he understands, because I am trying to preserve my part. Like some artists, I say real people, because there's not many left. And if we don't fight for it and do something like that, I mean, fine. We'll miss it, but then it will be. I just think it's a shame, like that. It literally that of humanity.
No, and that's spot on, because the thing is, we have to reinstitute the human to human, like repopulate humanity. All right, so we have to go back and recreate what they buried for a reason. They buried it because it worked, and these people, the globalists or whatever you want to call them, they did this because they want you to be beholden upon the government. They want you to be beholden to AI. They want you to be beholden to robots. They want you to be beholden to everything else that basically pulls you away from going out and actually interacting with regular people and having conversation, connecting with people. So how do you reconnect? By recreating what worked that they've targeted to remove and to bury and to basically, memory hole, bring it back. And that's what we're doing.
And also say, even when I wrote the reconnection movement, and if you read it, it says, yes, sure, reconnecting with each other, and they lie and say we're the most connected age ever, whatever, we're the most disconnected age ever. Yeah. But reconnection to yourself, because when you connect with yourself, you connect with the higher purpose or God. And of course, we know they're trying to make people not believe in God and all that stuff, but reconnecting back to yourself, because all of this is a distraction to distract us from ourselves. So with AI, you're going to rely on it for everything. You're not even going to connect back to yourself. Some people won't even know what that means, because they're relying so much on machines. So the reconnection movement, they say what works, reconnecting with yourself. But you do that in a world where it's just constantly like everything's outside and you're disconnected from each other. But the worst is you're totally disconnected from yourself, from your spirit to what's above, the connection of spirit, the God gene and all that. And that's what robots are it is.
Yes. So it's a noble cause, but it's one worth fighting. And like Hollis was saying, when I would have rallies with 20, 30, 40,000 people, showing up in California or showing up in Florida, and there I am based in Hazelton, Pennsylvania, it wasn't because the news was doing glowing pieces on me. I'd be on the news and they do nothing but hit pieces, right? I'm just a nobody. But what it was people seeing what we're doing and going out there and street teaming it. We had chapters of VOP in different states. There was no money. There's no nothing involved.
You didn't pay people to show up at your rallies like they do, hauling people in for a bus to make it look. You didn't pay. I mean, maybe you pay for their travel sometimes and help them, which you shouldn't have. But I get it.
Yeah, I know.
But that's another story. But you didn't pay someone millions of dollars to come to speak. I mean, maybe they pay a little bit here and there, but like people came because it was something to believe in. And no one was doing it now. But like we all know the story. They hijack the movement. Whoa, that heart, soul. Let's capitalize that. Let's make money on that.
Yep.
And that's what they do, and they ruin it, and they fool everyone. And there you go.
And that's why it needs to go back to what worked, back to what was successful, because what was successful instilled fear in the enemies of freedom, of liberty, of honestly God. So they had to replace it. So now let's bring back that fear.
And having that, like you said, that the quality, like what's it called? Like product control or something. And that's the grossest thing about it. Like I talk about with music too, and AI, and everyone's an artist. I said on my pocket, not everyone is an artist. Not everyone has stuff worth listening to. And I'm not just saying I do, like, oh my God, I'm the best person. No, but a standard of, no, you're not. You are not an influencer. No, you're not. You know what I mean? You're trying to buy it's like going back to that and saying, no, I'm going to charge for my music. If you want it, pay for it. It's good. I put my time into it and pay, and make people say that is the new standard, or don't, because you give in your show, you give your stuff all away for free. People just take it. Fuck them. Fuck it. Like you said, have the people who are smart enough to get it and say, but have a standard of like, but that's the thing. Everybody can be whatever now. And it's all fake. It's all an illusion. The followers, this, that. I always talk about it. But it's like, have some kind of a freaking standards back. I mean, like you said, I don't know if that will ever happen again now, because it's all ego. Everyone wants to be this. Everyone, they don't want to put in the work. They don't want to do it. Like, whoever would want to put in the work that we put in? No one does. No one ever has. I mean, not ever has. I'm not saying we've like done some miracle of history, but like no one is willing to freaking sacrifice and build something real anymore. Nobody's willing to go without pay for as long as it takes. No one is willing anymore. No one is willing to, again, maybe there are some, but the majority, I should say the majority are not willing to sit here and go, you know what? 5 people are better than a freaking million fake ones. And now I have a 6th, and now I have a 7th. And that is truly organic growth. And that's truly getting quality over quantity, because it's all freaking short. It's instant gratification. It's just scrolling. Oh, it didn't hook my attention. I mean, go against it. Say no. Enough people say no. There are some people in here in the chat room who are smart. There's some people of your listeners, even though they're cheap, there's some good ones out there. We don't hate you. We hate that you're cheap, and because we want your help. We need your help. We could be part of it. Instead of just sitting there watching, be part of it. The world needs people like to bring back some freaking standards, some standards to music. And there are people out there that are good. Again, I don't say it just to be like, oh, I know it all and my thing is the best. It's not. But I have my standards. I'm proud of what I did. I wrote it myself. I played it myself. I cultivated my talent for a long time. It took for a long time. I sacrificed. I paid the price. I learned stuff. And everyone could do it. No, you can't. You have to, there should be a freaking benchmark anymore. It's just like, it's so gross. Sorry. I get passionate about it. But bring back that standard again. There's no standards. There's no morals. Even with your job hunt. I'm not going to divulge your idea, but I think it's great. Bring back some fucking accountability. Bring back some freaking morals and some standards. And not everyone, we could just go and say no one has them anymore, or we could create a community who has them and who says, we'll start with 10 people.
Yeah.
And we'll respect each other. and
You're-
share and give and take and share and help and say, you
You're-
know, this is the standard. This is the model. That's
You're a
what
mil-
we're creating. So yeah, when we create our, no, not everyone is welcome on the network. No, you're not. Are you mission aligned? Are you willing to say I see the bigger cause. I'm willing to fight for something bigger than myself, than my stupid brand and my BS. You know, it's like, yeah, have your own success, but me to we. But again, this is a very minority of people who think like this because people are freaking followers. So, but you want the people who also feel like this because there are people I do feel like this.
Yeah, no, you're 1,000,000% correct. And you know, again, like you said, with the job hunt, people will say, well, there's a lot of talented candidates out there. There's a lot of this. Yeah, there are. And you know what? Again, I will show my egotism here that I don't have, but I'm going to say it. And I'm one of those talented people. And we're the first ones to get passed over by people with less talent that they could get on the cheap and they could use and manipulate and whatever. And that's
You're
the way.
also just very disrespected as a human being. Bring
Yeah.
some humanity back into this freaking world. And that's
Yeah.
why I worry about robots because all of a sudden people don't, it's some people do, but it's less and less. Empathy. It's a word. It's a word and people should freaking look it up and learn it. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. Have some freaking humanity. Email them back. If you didn't get the job, write them back and say, thank you for interviewing. I'm sorry we passed, but good luck. And some of them do, but not all of them. That should be a requirement. Like we're human beings and people forget that. And we become dehumanized. And that's what they're doing. And that's what they've done. And the scrolling and the things and no one cares. So that's why I said, that's why I do my show, because I have even a couple people in the chat room who mean so much to me because I know you guys all, and you're human and you care. And it's not just because you show up for my show and I appreciate it. It's because you're good people. I mean, like, come on, like have some freaking humanity. Is it only the older people left? Are you good? I don't have kids. We don't have kids, I should say, but like, we're going to teach this. I mean, like I said, do not enough people care? Because I think people do, but someone has to do something about it. Talk about it. We can't change the world. We can't stop IA, but we can talk about it and we can say no. Take a stand. When do we say no? I'm not social media slave. I'm not going to be the slave. No, I'm not going to dance freaking on TikTok like, oh, please buy my. No, I'm going to say, you know what? Charge for your music. Support me or I don't do it or I don't give it to you. Fine, go ahead. Forget it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's spot on, you know, and I think that this is exactly what we need to see more of, you know, because it's a very different time, you know, and I've seen and to your point before, at this point, you know, I am not exaggerating here. I am not blowing anything up just to make it sound good. I was trying to do a little bit of a count. I used Indeed and I used LinkedIn. At this point, since I was fired from my job for literally no reason because I don't, quote, look the part, which that was mind-boggling to me. That was special.
Even the way they treated you, the way,
Terrible.
I'm sorry, don't forget what I'm going to say, but the way that they were allowed to treat you, it never sent you termination paperwork, never had any respect for you as a human. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is wrong with people? I mean, again, they have the right to fire you, I guess, but to treat someone like the way that this is despicable. The way that we've seen, I mean, and people have so much worse stories of the way they've been treated. I mean, people get abused and kids. I mean, we don't even get into all that and human trafficking. For like, come on, you know, what has gone wrong? Like, what has gone wrong? Because again, people don't hold them accountable, and that's why I am a fan of Trump because he wants to hold these mother beepers accountable, and they need to be. Set an example. People get away with it. Oh, I'm offended. Well, you should be. Like, you know, it takes some discipline. I mean, that's why kids have no freaking discipline either. You know, their parents are, we have to coat their feeling. Well, the kid is like going crazy and throwing things. And I still remember seeing the kid in the supermarket smashing things on the floor. And the parent was like, well, honey. And I'm like, no, you go grab them and tell them to stop. This is why the world is the way next thing it's a gun. Oh, it's okay. She shot with the person. You know, it's like, there's no discipline. There's no nothing anymore. And this is what we have to look forward to. So, I mean, maybe nobody cares. I think people do care, but you got to say something about it. Like, stand up a little bit here or we're screwed.
Yep. And
sorry.
no, you're good.
Interrupting you. I feel bad.
Oh, you're good. I did just a brief count with LinkedIn and Indeed. All right, just those two combined. Since January 5th, I have applied to 1,913 jobs.
Oh my God.
That's perseverance. Some people apply. I applied to a job today. I applied to a job, like I apply 60, 70 an hour. All right. Out of that 1,900, whatever jobs, 13, I still probably have 40 that'll get back to you by the end of the week. I guess it's still not the end of the week, 4 or 5 months later, 3 months later, 2 months later, 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, whatever. They're going to get back to me though. They're not like the other ones. They're going to get back to me and let me know. Just the state, I bring this up not because it's all about me. I bring it up because it is a disgusting, and again, this is why Hollis alluded to something. There's two ideas we have. One is with Timbo that I've been working on, and the other one is something I came up with that's been brewing because of all of this. And I'm not going to talk about it, but you have to turn this into something, because if somebody doesn't step up and do something about it, you not to be the warrior of whatever, but because it's wrong. It's wrong what they do, and how they hold people, and the piss poor treatment.
Yeah.
I'd rather be rejected than left hanging when you're sitting there. We're talking, 5 interviews in, it's all about who you know. You talk to one of those people who that you need to know, that has all the power supreme, and you're guaranteed this, and everything sounds great in your mind. Whether you my nose is itchy. I've learned better. I've learned at this point to stop getting my hopes up about anything, but still attack it. When I do an interview, Hollis Christine, she even said she doesn't know how I show up on interviews, because I always show motivated, positive, everything else, even though I want to be like, fuck you, I hate you, you're a lying snake, bastard, piece of shit. I'm probably I have more skills and experience than you, your boss, and your boss's boss, and I could do this job with my eyes closed, but I don't say that and say, oh, no, we'll definitely be in touch. I know you're lying to me.
Maybe you should try that, Dan, because you don't, I don't think it doesn't seem to be working.
I was good today. I told the story how I actually showed up today. When I got asked that question about the vice president job I interviewed for, that I deserve this. You know what? It's not about, well, I really hope. No, you called me for a reason, because 25 years of experience says that I deserve an opportunity like this, and it's okay to have that, because at this point, what being kind, being open, being professional, being blah, all these wonderful things is like, no, and anyway, my point for all this is, we have to do better, and then it's cruel. Weaker people, you get excited about something, you think it's really going to happen, and then you're discarded like a piece of shit.
It is cruel. Like I said, there should be, just for the betterment of humanity. Whatever. People, but it's just like, there's no rules, there's no standards anymore. It's just, we could go 5 interviews and maybe we'll call you back, maybe we won't. Why you wait? Like, no one ever thinks or ever says, I was in that place before where I was looking for a job, like you used to do, Dan. Like you told me, you used to call people, give them the heads up, you're gonna get fired. I don't want you to be blindsided. You actually, you know why? Because you have empathy, and you wouldn't want anyone to do it with you. All these holy rollers in the Bible and all that, doing to others that you would want to do unto you. Oh, you're right. You're right.
And that's why I say that when that day came, that Cresco Labs piece of shit company, when, I was with my boss, a week before in Kentucky, we took a road trip. Again, we pay out of pocket and get reimbursed, because we had to pay thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to travel working cannabis, and they would reimburse you eventually.
Okay, stuff like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and out there with my boss, everybody else, take over a new site. Everything's great. Oh yeah, we gotta jump on a call next week. Okay, great. Everything good? Yeah. Talk to them on Monday for our weekly. Oh, everything's good. We're just gonna talk about future plans. Oh, okay, great. And then get on the call. And then what I would do is, when I would know they were going to terminate people, and I was a part of those conversations, which disgusted me. One, I would stick for my people, but it didn't work, right? And I even said once, I try to pay it forward. My boss gave up his job to keep me, because they even said, well, we have no reason to get rid of them, but we got to cut more people, and you're the lowest hanging fruit, so you can pick who you want. My boss picked 2 other people that said, well, yeah, but we like them. Dan didn't do anything wrong, but he's the next highest paid salary. So, and he said, so basically the day, like right before we were going to get married, the day we were going to close on our house, I would have been terminated. And my boss, who was discussed with the company for 2 years prior, and he's a really good guy. He's my favorite Democrat. He's actually a good dude. And I owe him a call.
See,
He called me.
1 out of a million are good.
Yes.
I mean, maybe 1 out of 1,000.
And he called me up.
In here.
He literally called me up and said, listen, he goes, I told you what's going on. I'm like, well, I mean, I guess we've seen it coming for years, and it sucked. And I'm thinking, and his name is Stan. He's like, yeah, fuck this. He goes, I'll call you back. And then he called me back like an hour later. He goes, I don't want to hear no bullshit. I don't want to hear you trying to talk me out of it. I don't want to hear any of it. It's done. I said, what's done? He goes, you're getting my job. Of course, they're going to pay you $40,000 less a year. You're going to take it. I took a severance. I'm out. And that's just because that's just the type of person he was. And I made another 2 years, almost 2 years, before they came for me. But when they were going to terminate people, I would hear these conversations. Well, we don't want to give them a high severance. Who cares? They've been with us for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. We want to give them this. But if they push back, we'll give them a little bit more. So what I would do is when I knew my people were getting fired, break the fourth wall, let it out. I would literally call them up and say, listen, I tried to fight for you. It didn't work. They're going to get rid of you. So here's what you need to do. Say no to the severance, push back. They'll give you more. It'll make it longer. And they did. And every one of them thanked me for it. And not because I wanted to be thanked, because you don't do that to people. And, it was just wrong. So everything's great. And talk to him Monday. Oh, we're just having a call to discuss this. Talk to him Tuesday. Everything's good. Wednesday, I said, hey, if you have time, we could have the, whatever you want to discuss now. Oh, no. We'll go over it tomorrow. Then I get on the call, and then boom, HR comes onto the team's call. And that's why I say, then they came for me.
And then
there was nobody left to warn me. Nobody left to give me a heads up.
Yeah.
Nobody to do that for me,
Because I'm going to say, and then they terminate you like that. And then they turn off your email. It's still in the call. Your email. And then
remember, I did nothing wrong. They're just eliminating my position.
Yeah. And then
immediately. And
then what? Out of your whole company, one person, one person actually reached out and said, hey, I'm sorry you're gone. Thanks for anything. I'm
one
sorry
person.
to hear that. Not one did, right? Or was there two?
Just
Maybe
one.
Two. One?
No, just one. Yeah.
Just one. So
all the people I work with, they call
they're
themselves
better in the chat
friends.
room,
Yeah. Yep,
but
nobody.
that's what we're saying, and those kind of things is what makes the world the way it is. Because eventually people like him, and I don't think you ever will, and we have to remind each other, people stop doing nice things and people only start caring about themselves. I mean, the ones who actually wouldn't do that to someone else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's why they always say nice guys finish last. No good deed goes unpunished. You know what I mean? It's just would you ever, the way that you were treated at the freaking Crane Logistics, that's their name, those motherfuckers.
Last job where I left a terrible job, which was Carvana,
which was horrible.
Which literally I stayed in the job until I found a better job that came to me. Again, I love when these companies find me, but I applied to many, and Carvana was one of those ones where literally it went against my integrity. I seen terrible things and I found a better job, and I was there for exactly 5 weeks. I risked my life driving down there. Everything else had no leadership whatsoever. Yeah, in your life, paying for hotels, rental cars out of pocket to drive 2.5 hours down. So no leadership whatsoever. I had nothing. I was basically in an empty building, and it's what am I supposed to do? So I just started designing, SOPs and designing all this stuff and everything else. And then out of nowhere, I get a message from my senior VP. His name is Nate. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And,
we have his email. Maybe you guys all email him. I should.
Yeah, right. I don't care about putting out bad people because they deserve it, and that's a bridge that
this guy. You know what I mean? And then you have those moments where you wish, I could, nothing will matter what they say. But literally, he knew he was going to fire Dan.
Yeah.
But yet he had us rent a car. Over it cost, he got some of the money back, but it cost approximately with gas $120 to drive down from
5 hours of driving.
Over 2 hours, almost 2 hour drive to get fired and drive back. So that's what I'm saying. That is why. And Dan was not, Dan is how he is on the show and everything, but in a professional world, I mean, you did everything right. You did what you're supposed to do, whatever. He doesn't act like that. Oh, fuck you. This is behind the scenes. This is real here. The way you can't be at your job, but it's to do that.
I'm a professional. I treat people good. The people I interacted with were great. I wore a fleece and a collared shirt and everything else. And then I speak to this guy. I said, can you meet me at 10 a.m. at the other building? And I said, well, this was a job supposed to be hybrid, not always being in site, but I was there all the time anyway. And I talked to him and I said, well, I'm not going to be there. Whoa.
I like
It
this
came on.
and
And then the deep state's listening. And I literally said to him, I'm like, well, I can't be there at 10 because I can't pick up my rental car until noon. He's like, oh, okay. So can you be here by 3? I said, sure. So I said, is there something wrong? No, everything's fine. I'll just see when you get here. So then I get there at 2:50, and he's not there. And then I get, led into the back of the warehouse. And the new HR guy who I never seen before, really, is like, oh, are you planning on moving down here? I said, well, I'm telling him what he wants to hear. I'm like, oh, yeah, I just got to find a place and, have a lease and everything else. But yeah, I want to be close to the job. Well, that'd be great to have you close. This guy knows full well I'm being let in to be fired. And then I go and sit down.
It's just like, what is wrong with people?
Yeah. And then I go and sit down at a table and this guy's on the phone. He goes, well, we're making a change effective immediately. I'm like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, you're not a great fit at all. You don't look the part. I said, excuse me? Yeah, so we're done here, effective today. And it went. Now, usually, I'm a professional. At this point, I said, what did you say? I don't look the part. I said, you want to put that in writing? Oh, no, we're done here. We're done here. I'm going to get off the phone. We're done. I said, the fuck you are. And I said, you know what? And I let him have it. I let him have it. And I let him have it in a way that I didn't just do all cursing, but I spoke up. It didn't matter. You're speaking to the void. But what was done was wrong. And I see them terminate about 60 people in 5 weeks for nothing. This really blew my mind. But, again, when it comes down to the work that I do, like there's really not anybody better. All right. There's always somebody better, but I know what the hell I'm doing. But the thing is, I had no disciplinary issues or nothing. Like there was no leadership. There was no guidance. There was nothing. Right. But I'm doing my thing and just be thrown. But I don't look the part. You can call me fat. You can call me ugly. You can call me anything you want. But I don't look the part. People walking around in shorts and Crocs, I don't look the part. Now, of course, there was never, we contacted HR. Hollis contacted HR. We wanted something in writing why I was terminated. They never provided anything. Of course, I won the unemployment thing because how can they justify, oh, well, you said you don't look the part, so you can't say that. You could have just said we're making a change. And even though I hate you and it's wrong and it's unjustified, you have the right to do that. Because as somebody who's hired over 2,000 people and had to let go of over 1,400 people, I've been on all sides of it, but still I show decency and respect, good, bad, or indifferent. But all you have to say in an at-will state, right, wrong, or indifferent, is we're making a change, we're letting you go. I could be pissed all I want, but I have to accept it. But to throw in there that you don't look the part, that was a first for me. And again, in my years, and I've been working since a very, very young age, but I don't get fired from jobs. Cresco, the company who let me go in last June, that was because of my Senate campaign. They'll never admit that, but that's why. They didn't like the fact that I had a show because somebody, decided to go, and I guess everybody who I treated with respect didn't go talk politics anywhere. Somebody decided to go search my name and I guess found POLITI-SHOCK and complained to my bosses, but they couldn't say anything because free speech and I'm not doing it on company time. They didn't like that. But I guess the Senate campaign was their excuse. They didn't really need one. Again, I'm at will. They can get rid of me for whatever reason. That's why, of course, they waived the non-competes and they gave me a severance and they did everything else, right? Exactly. Exactly.
I was sketchy.
Logistics, yes, I completely agree. Money laundering, it questionable. I've seen a lot of things in a short time, and it was bad. But still, there was no rhyme or reason. And this isn't about me, all right? But good night, Timbo. We love you, bro.
Good night, Timbo. We love you. Talk soon.
So it's like it's just part and parcel for what these people do and how they treat and how they disrespect people. And that's why I always pay it forward. And that's why I always say that, I really try to build culture, believe it or not, a little window into the soul here. I treat everybody. I don't care about your politics. I don't care about any of it. You're a worker. I know what it's like to be a number. And I make sure, again, I had over 1,000 employees and I knew everybody's name. I knew their goals. I knew that they were retired. They wanted more. They wanted to work up to something. I knew it didn't matter. 22 states. I knew everybody who worked for me. And we're talking, 5, 6 levels below me because I used to be where they were. And I didn't politic my way up. Again, I became a manager because somebody got fired and said, you better figure out how to pay people. I was going to fire you next. And I figured out how to pay people. And then
that's the thing. It's just, besides all the story, the gory details, and we get it. But the thing is, and it's cliche, but it's hard to. But it's very cliche. But you hear it saying, it's like, be the change you want to see in the world. Yes. I mean, it's going on. It's, you'll be a rarity these days. It's going out of style. I mean, it's already gone for most people. I mean, it's gone. Being a decent person, returning someone's call, connecting with people, sending them an email, or I don't know, whatever, calling instead of texting. Like, it's out of style. So it's just like, be the change you want to see in the world. And it's hard to live by that when people, like you said, a prime example. No one called you when you lost your job. You were being the change. You didn't get it in return. You rarely get it in return. So, but I mean, I think it's the hardest thing is saying, continue to be the change in the world that you want to see. I mean, it's like I said, why is it cliche? But you hear it because people say it as a nice tagline, but do they act it? I mean, some people do, but you're definitely in the minority. So you want to stand out, be a good person. I mean, but it's whatever.
And I'm going to use Tim's line. And when I have my interview in just a few hours, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Well, in 5 months, I'll be your boss's boss's boss. So the question is, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I like that. That's cute. But it's true. You got to do better by people. And my whole point for all of it wasn't some politicking, backroom bullshit, how I became a manager and worked my way to whatever. Because in the end of the day, it means nothing. What means everything is how you treat others. And yeah, you'd like to see the same in return, but at least in our little sphere, what we can control, it's like, hey, you do the opposite of what you endured.
And to wrap it back up to the beginning, because it's my time, I must have to go. I have to go too soon.
You must have to go?
I must have to go soon. But just to wrap it back up before I leave my closing words, wrapping it all back to AI and saying, you think it's bad now, the last of the humans? There's not a lot of people like Dan out there. There's not a lot of people like me. There's not a lot of people like Joe or Timothy or Aaron. That's why it's very rare, and we love you, and we cherish and value all of you guys. You think it's bad now? Just wait. Just wait until the robots are literally your boss. Hey, They don't care. You think they care? So to wrap it back up to that point, what we said, stand up, fight. No, there's something worth fighting for. Remember, and find it and fight for what you think is worth fighting for. Do you think it's worth fighting for your kids, for your generation? Because kids aren't going to know unless their parents tell them. And give some guidelines and remember what it's like to be human. I'm not even joking. It's just like, because it's bad enough. And now we have robots into the mix. And that's our future. But I like to use things I like to end it on a positive note because you want to leave people with hope. It's not hopeless, but it is when your freaking audience and 22 people on Twitter and you're watching the whole time. And thank you, but at the same time, what are you doing? Because you've done nothing. So if you're not going to support the people who are willing to sacrifice and step up and be a voice, why are you here? Do something. Chime in, leave a comment, or God forbid, like it. Help us. Or don't, or just watch or hate or whatever. But go onto the QR code. I know you won't. I dare you to, but go continue to support by not supporting people. And it doesn't even have to be us. Support someone real. I mean, there's not many, so find one. Support them. Support people who are talking about it. Go ahead, scan it. You won't. Go ahead, I dare you to. You won't. But if you can't do that, I mean, then don't complain. Don't complain when it's like when they come for you, because they're coming for you. They're coming for everybody, but don't complain because people are here trying to do something about it. So if you're going to just sit and watch, sit idly by and do nothing, support or go away.
Yes.
So there's my closing words.
And I was able to upload that song finally. Anyway, I want to play it again, but so people could hear it, but I don't want to put it out there too soon. The chicken or the egg. But
we'll have a video probably by next week, or it might have to be the week after because I don't want to be here and have time to do it. But you'll have a nice video for it as well. But you know what I mean? Like I said, I sometimes I feel like I'm being a biatch and saying like, then leave. Don't leave. I mean, leave, but it's just like, you're useless. I mean, how many useless people are out there? Like, are you a useless person, or are you actually someone who has anything in them? Do you have passion for anything? Are you alive? Are you dead? Are you a bot?
Are you
like, what are you? You don't know. I mean, I guess, but it's like, just ignite something in your spirit. Fight for something. I'm not saying fight for us. Fight for yourself. Just fight. I mean, care about something. just show some semblance of life. I mean, it's just, zombies. So, we are here bringing together the real people of something in them that has enough passion to fight for something, because we're here for fighters. We're here for leaders, not followers. So
Amen.
I hope that's a little bit more positive. I like to end it on a positive note.
There you go. The host of Holistics, heard Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Remember, download those apps on Apple and Android at VOP USA. They're free. Don't worry, it won't cost you anything. Download these apps. The apps on Roku, Fire, Android, and Apple TV. VOP USA, and you can watch Hollis's beautiful face on your television. So there you go. 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
I'll see you all tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, for a special TGI Friday episode where we go deep into the throwback to the 80s.
There you go. Well, thank you, love.
Thank you, honey. And I won't hit end stream. Don't worry. I'll just hit leave studio.
There you go.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for listening to me biatch and moan. But hey, we're trying to make solutions here. So you have the choice. Be part of the solution or continue to be part of the problem and keep whining and live with regret. So, okay. Goodbye. I'll see you next time. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Bye, hon.
Bye.
Did she? Oh, she did it. She figured it out. She mastered it. Aw. So see, she makes it better. She wasn't supposed to stay on for 30 minutes and it ended up being longer. That's what we do. And as always, the later I go, the more people show up. But I am actually I'm gonna play the song in the end, but you're gonna see something better soon. But with that, I have nothing else. I have a lot more to say, but I'm just gonna stop. So again, I think as per the title of this show, the PSY-OP exposed, we've discussed that. The Senate betrayal, really nothing more to say about that. They're on vacation. Well, life-changing, America-changing, legislation just sits there to die. Fake Patriots, well, we've already covered that. And the black pill scam, it's exactly how you read it. It's a scam and a PSY-OP all rolled into one, done deliberately to divide people and pull people away, to try to show, pull support so you can get Democrats back in. You get Democrats back in, that you have reasons to complain, reasons to raise money, and reasons to go on your crusade that you are the answer, you are the truth, you're fighting to save America. America's been co-opted, so now let's turn on Trump now, try to make it so Democrats win, take back control of, the body politic, so you have something to complain about, something to raise money off of, do nothing. It's a vicious cycle. Break the cycle. That's really what it comes down to. Break the cycle. That's it. So again, in the show description, you see where you can go to donate. buymeacoffee.com/VOP USA Radio. Please actually send $1. Sign up for a tier, do something, show some support for what we do, because we can use to help. Download our mobile apps, Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network, or VOP USA on Apple and Android. They're free. Download the apps on Roku, Fire, Apple, Android TV. Watch it on your TV. The whole network is available to you. It's free to download. Or go to the website, VOPUSARadio.com, where you can see everything in the network we've built and see what we've done and where we're going. Irregardless of anything else, we continue to press on and persevere and push forward. And that's who we are and what we do. So if you want to actually show some support for what we do, then you have a chance to go and donate. So I ask you to do so. I expect nothing, so I can't be let down, but still, you have a chance to help and be a part of the solution that Hollis was talking about. So that's it. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, remember, your favorite podcasters are usually lying to you. All right? They're trying to deceive and divide and take from you. The other ones, the underground ones, few and far between, some of us that have been here for 20 years, we're here to say hi. You might not always like what we have to say, because truth hits hard, but sometimes the world needs a little bit of truth. Okay? So find your way back to yourself, find your way back to God if you strayed. Have some faith, have some belief, and stay strong. And don't allow yourselves to be so easily manipulated and controlled. and don't let them use religion and divisionary tactics against you. Faith needs to be stronger than the BS PSY-OP that we see being perpetrated onto the world. That's it. That's what I leave you with. Otherwise, happy Passover, happy Easter, and everything in between. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of week, and we'll be back next week with some new programming, so have no fear. Thank you to Josh Bernstein, my favorite Israeli op. And I thank you to the MAGA Lions for Trump, as always, for showing up and doing what they do. Appreciate them. And thank you always to my beautiful wife, whom I love. And I'm happy she joined us. Remember to check out her show tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern time. And I'm going to play the song so you'll be able to hear it. And then after that, I'm going to end the show. So to everybody, I say again, VOPUSARadio.com, buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA Radio. Show us some support. Help us out. Hope you enjoyed it. Don't care if you did or didn't, because I enjoyed it and I thought it was a good show. So there. I am Dan Smirglio. This is POLITI-SHOCK, coming to you live every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And remember, July 3rd, 20 years of POLITI-SHOCK, 20 years of VOP, July 3rd. So the day before America turns 250. How appropriate. How appropriate. So enjoy this little cover photo, because goodbye, and enjoy this song. And again, you'll be seeing it and hearing it again, but I'm giving you the tease because it didn't play right before. So we're going to play it one more time. And after this song, I end the show.
Yeah, he runs that block. We the steel in the spine of the great headline.
You've been listening to POLITI-SHOCK. POLITI-SHOCK is all about waking the masses against the New World Order, the World Economic Forum, exposing the vaccines, actually finding out the truth and reporting it. Shocking. Dan has been a political activist since 2006, holding rallies all around the country. With a stint in heavily censored terrestrial radio, he said it, went online, and built his own network. You're welcome. We'll be back soon. But in the meantime, hit us up on Instagram, DLive, and Twitch at VOP USA Radio. The website at www.VOP USA Radio. On the Android and Apple apps at VOP Network. On Facebook, Voice of the People USA Radio fan and group page. And on Twitter at official VOP USA. The show airs every Thursday night at 9 Eastern. And the website streams 24/7. To contact, send that email to POLITISHOCK@VOPUSARadio.com. We are your third eye. Just in case that second one closes for a second. See you next time on POLITI-SHOCK.